Hello. Fortunately, today we're gonna start off with a very quiet, very quiet start to stream. I'm gonna stay here for 10 minutes while I go make tea because I had way too much at dinner and I need something to settle my stomach. Let me in the FC. Quiet, but I'm here. Oh no. Oh no. Let me in the FC. Millie, I'm not doing Final Fantasy today. And no one has permission besides me. I'll do it as soon as I can and when we're both on. But I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab tea. Hey, Sandra and Delta. Hello, Rio. It's been a minute. I mean, well, Rio stopping by here, like, hasn't been too long ago, but it's been a long time since I think you two have seen each other around. Hello, Slash. Welcome in. Sorry, I don't do music on my streams. So we're gonna sit in silence while my tea is well, sorry, not while my tea is boiling, while my water for my tea is boiling. Hello, little German boy. uh, is there motion within? Oh, there. Oh, I was like, why is there a reduce motions tab on Twitch recap? Hello, Jeff. How's you today? I am doing pretty good today. Today's been an interesting day. I am here and queer too. Okay. Today's been an interesting day, just with the interviews that we had to do today for technically the replacements for me, since I'm leaving my job at the end of February. But it's also like a sort of supervisor position. So they're kind of like at this little impasse of roles that I don't know exactly what to call them. And so, oh, my partner okayed our Final Fantasy 14 wedding for what it's worth. Okay, I'm glad we have permission. If I need to talk to them, I will, Millie. I was honestly surprised on my Twitch recap. I was surprised too. There's like certain elements of my Twitch recap that are surprising. I'm like surprised that some things like stayed the same, but then also kind of not in a certain sense. And we'll talk about that when we go over the Twitch recap. We'll go over both my streamer and viewer recaps. I'm surprised about my Twitch recap. Yo, I bet yours is pretty wild too. Anyways, my water is done, so I'll be right back. It's gonna be 30 tomorrow, and you gotta go work in the warehouse. Dude, it's literally like the opposite. It's fucking freezing today. And tomorrow. It snowed for the first time this year today. It's freaking freezing here. Let's see. Where else? I saw my recap and I have one clip I made. It's Slash doing the Fortnite and Cola meme. I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. What snow? Good question. God's dandruff, you know? Or so they say. Want to see it? I can't see clips, Millie. I can't see clips if they're directly from Twitch. Not unless I turn on my VPN. But if I turn on my VPN, stream's gonna crash. Clips is not a supported service for Korea, so it's unfortunate. I have to like anytime. That's why like anytime someone clips something, I can see in my stats if someone clips it a little bit delayed because OBS is delayed in telling me numbers, right? But if you post it into Twitch, I can at least see like what you titled it. I can't see like even the thumbnail of it. It's just like a gray box anytime someone posts a clip. So I won't know. I assume based off of like context what people have clipped. But there are sometimes like random times when people have clipped like random things. And I'll go back and just remove them because it's like sometimes the most random things that aren't actually like clips, or like if I even check with that person, they're like, I literally don't remember pressing that button. But I wonder if you can see YouTube clips. YouTube clips work in a very interesting way in that I think only you. I don't know how YouTube clips work still. Like every single time I've gone back and clipped something from YouTube, I swear like I have the link, and I think, does it show up anywhere on the channel? No, it doesn't show up anywhere in the channel. Only you have the link to your clips, and I don't know like where they go or how to find them. Like if someone clipped a YouTube thing. Which is why like anytime someone clips anything from YouTube, we tend to try to post it in stream highlights in the Discord. My top clip is Luna getting murked by mechanics. That one was so funny though. I rewatched it the other day and I still died laughing. It was so diabolical. Can I post Slash being a goober for everyone? Yes, you can post it. Since we are talking about recap stuff. Enjoy Slash being a goober, apparently. I cannot see it, so we will not watch it together. You guys can enjoy, and I will, after the fact, enjoy it. You know what? Millie, send that to my DMs. I'll look at it after stream today. I will throw myself out of the window. No. Let's see. We're gonna go to chatting screen. There we go. Okay, Twitch recap. Slash, what pill did you eat? I have no context to this, so bet you the cutie pie pill. Tell me. Oi. Okay. Give me a second. I'll watch that later. What is this? Oh, the diabolical Luna mechanics. Okay, so 2025 Twitch recap. Let's start with my viewer recap. Okay, my viewer recap is ridiculous because I am lurking a lot of the time, even when I'm at work. I'll like log in from work into my home PC and just leave Twitch streams on if I know friends are streaming. You were in my viewer recap. Hey, yo, thank you. Hello, Mist. Welcome in. Okay, so high scores. Hours watched 4,903. What were other people's numbers? I'm curious. How many of those hours did I actually watch though? I was only at 4,196. 1,500. You guys, I'm not kidding when I say that I do a lot of networking. I do a lot of networking. Not only that, but I'm embarrassed. 250? No. No need to be embarrassed. I have at least 3K hours that I wasn't watching. 5.45K? Dang, Delta. Okay. I win. That's insane. You know, I'm curious though. I'm actually Sandra can confirm. Maybe, mayhaps. I sent her my recap. Oh yeah, you did. And then 1.5 of those hours were here. 1.5 of those hours were here. 1.86K is mine, I believe. What's the percentage, Delta? There are only 8,765.99 hours in a year. Holy. Yeah, I keep Twitch on pretty much all the time. Like, majority of the time when I'm working, if I am not actively in a meeting, I am usually listening to a stream while I do something else. I have to have background noise. and office background noise doesn't do it for me. So depends. I think at the beginning of the year too, I watched a lot more like Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Okay, distinct days visited 366. 28% of your time here. I hit 366 too. Yes, same. Okay. Yeah, 365. Was this past year a leap year? Less days, more hours. Oh, wonderful counting. Hi, Sandra. Hello, Kane. Welcome in. My top categories. Here is where it's a little bit surprising because I didn't remember watching some of these things. And then, depending on whose stream I am in, has messed up my watched categories. I blame Nunu again. I blame Nunu for my messed up categories because there's one thing that I literally watch 0 hours of, like actively watch 0 hours of this, and I'm literally just talking to Nunu while he's playing this game and I don't pay attention. League, yes, it's League again. League has fucking hit it into my top 5. But then again, I was like, yo, I don't really watch anything besides Final Fantasy. 2 years in a row, top category. My top categories. Number 1, Final Fantasy 14. Go figure. I watch a lot of Final Fantasy 14 content. Number 2, Rust. This one I was a little surprised about. I do watch Rust, but I watch specifically only Rust events. So like, yeah, I watch the OTV and Friends Twitch Rivals event every single year, and I farm drops from Rust. I don't even have the actually no. Do I have the game? I think I have the game. I have the game. I farm the drops. I've never played it in my life. I remember you talking about this in the start of the year. Yes, I actually really enjoy the events. I just didn't think it was my number 2. Okay. I guess I just left it on. Well, I do leave it on overnight because some of the streamers literally stream opposite hours of me. So I wonder what mine could possibly be. League of Legends. Yeah, I don't watch. League is the one that I literally don't watch at all. I watch 0 League. The only reason why it's up here is because I'm lurking in Nunu's streams to support, but also I'm half the time there talking to Nunu. I talk to Nunu a lot, and Nunu talks a lot. Nunu talks a lot when he's not around other people. But half the time, he's playing League these days, so that's why that is there. Just chatting, I guess that makes sense. A lot of people do tend to swap to just chatting. I think like most of my just chatting hours are probably from Cav, honestly. When Cav swaps in between games and stuff, it goes to just chatting. You and Cav got Infinity Nikki on mine. Yeah, and we didn't even play for that much, did we? Well, Cav plays more than I do. But I did watch a lot of Infinity Nikki while I was playing it at the time. Okay, Mr. Hunt Showdown. Well, I haven't played Hunt Showdown in ages. Mine are Art, Just Chatting, Repo, SF6. What's SF6? And Marvel Rivals. Street Fighter. Okay. You and that's interesting. It's so interesting to see what other people watch, especially like newer streamer friends who I don't really know, like, or have met through Final Fantasy. I don't know. I meet a lot of streamers who don't specifically watch Final Fantasy 14 content, which is really interesting. I'm someone who spends a lot of time watching Final Fantasy content. In the sense that I watch videos to learn more about jobs and whatnot. Or a lot of my hours this year in terms of Final Fantasy content were watching Wrath Games do their solo stuff. You single-handedly got Sandrock and Date Everything into my top 5. Yay, me! Look at my power over some people's Twitch recaps. I'm super into fighting games and watch pro tournaments of Street Fighter. Yo, I don't think I've watched any sort of like pro gaming. It's not really my thing. I'm not really competitive in that sense. What a surprise. My top 4 are Hunt, Final Fantasy 14, and DBD. Final Fantasy 14? Kane! You play that game like freaking not even 10% of the time. I ended up with Coral Island on my top 5. Wolf! Wolf! I would like to say, you know, we'll come review. Okay, Wolf, I'm glad you're here. I'm surprised Marvel Rivals got in for me. I stopped watching that after I saw... See, like, sometimes I'm like, yo, these hours are skewed. I only watched Rust at the beginning of the year. There's no way I watched that much, right? But then I was like, oh, well, the only other thing that I really watch is Final Fantasy, so it kind of just makes sense. Like... Say, when I play Smash out in X-Spec... When I play a Smash out in X-Spec though, oh, I see. All in one. Coral Island is on my top 5 too. Okay, favorite streamers? I'm actually surprised by this. How have I spent more time? I guess like at the beginning of the year, I really did spend a lot of time lurking in Cav's streams. I check in every day, but I don't think I stick around as much as I did. Hours watched for Cav, 1,213. Channel points earned, 444,956. Cav is so easy to lurk in. I know, and he does like long streams too. Chat sent 6,579. Channel points spent 88,730. Yeah, I'm on the list. Yeah, you're usually... You and John are my bedtime streams, usually. Slash, you're 4th for me? Slash is 4th for me, too. Lex, 548 hours watched, 4,486 chat sent. Nunu, 541 hours. See, okay, this is what I'm surprised about, is how close they were. I thought I spent so much more time in Lex's. But I guess Nunu streams throughout my work hours, so I have him up majority of the time. Lex's 3rd. You see Jesse Cox, Flo, Alphano, VA, and Slash. Oh. Yo, I don't watch a lot of Jesse Cox streams. I do watch his shorts, though. I'm surprised, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Flo isn't on here. But it's kind of hard to beat out these people when I pulled in a lot of early hours in the year. Mega shock. But half the time I just come in and say hi to Flo, and then I'm usually, like, going to sleep. What was my bedtime stream? Flow's a little too chaotic for my bedtime stream. It depends on what they're playing. 30,123 chats sent. You shot up in hours for me, Sandra, in like the past 4 months. Top emotes. Mrs. Potato Heart is my most used emote. 2nd is the potato sleep. 3rd is Cav the Sleep. 4th is Cav the Heart. And then 5th... Why can they not put this in order? This is such a stupid podium. And then Potato Sob. The slander. It's just too loud. Okay. Potato heart, my top F. Yeah. Noted. Barely cracked 4K. Final Fantasy 14, Coral's Island, Xenoblade 1. Oh, that's interesting. Rune Factory 5 and Goat. What the hell is Goat? Cute emotes? Yeah. You better collect my pages because they call me Slenderman. Hype happenings. What do you... Oh, I gifted... Right, I gifted 6 subs. I think they're all in Cavs community. Maybe 1 or 2 in Lex's during Subathon. Mod of the year. Chat sent it as a mod. I'm a mod in a lot of communities. So 16,307. Channels mod 6. Yeah. By the way, Bomb, I'm NA now. What? What? There's just a picture of a goat. Oh. Yeah, there was just a picture of a goat. Honestly, my top 3 hours are so spread out. It goes from 1.2 to 900 to 400. That's crazy. Flows fucked me over as a mod. My mod stats skewed. Clip that. I made 4 clips. I don't remember where. Chat badge unlocked, which means that I was top 20% in Twitch. I don't know. Something like that. That's my viewers recap. And then stream recap. I gave away 163 subs. Congratulations. Are you gonna aim for higher next year? That's almost 1K SGT given away. No. I'm glad this is time to reflect, you know? That's so much. Yeah, that really is. Time for some people to reflect. My 1K SGT. That could have been an iPhone 17. You gotta give us more money. Well, Renga, let's see. Okay. Well, if that's the goal you're setting for yourself, let's see what happens in the next year. Hopefully, Renga stops giving away 163 and gives less next year. What a weird thing to say. Someone please ban me from gifting subs. Yes. Don't forget my Final Fantasy 14 subs. Okay. Streamer recap. This has surprising results. Someone please make me accountable for that. I think everyone needs to be accountable for their own actions. I need to stop. Resist, Ranga, resist. Stop being so nice. Stop throwing money at people. Okay, high scores. Hours streamed. 1,600 flat. Damn, what a flat number. Yeah, I can't beat the crazy rich Asian allegations now. Crazy. Total streams 261. I think like plus or I would say minus a few because we had several times where I had like major stream issues and had to continuously restart stream. I don't know if that counts towards this. I'm pretty sure it does. 6 hours on average. I was 90 hours short. 90 hours short of what? Of perfect? 94% attendance? What a golden star student. That's crazy. And I feel like those 90 hours were just recently, Delta, because of work. Well, in light of my sub gifting, I've contributed to 25 hype trains. Please get your arrest on me, literally. I think I hit 99% on my top streamer, yo. And I lost. Yeah, and you lost. Distinct days streamed, 245. Total hours watched, meaning how many hours have you guys accumulated? 26,245. Can I share the clip that got the most views? Yeah. That's over 100 per day. What is this? What the hell is that? Hang on, I need to look at this later. Copy. Paste. Myself. What the heck is that model? I've never seen Flo use that model. Holy, that's a big number. Yeah, my community is full of very strong lurkers. Very strong lurkers. It's Flo being Flo, and we love him for that, for real. And now you do. 94%. 1,510. I don't know what you mean. Don't know who means. Lurkers. There are! Because you got beat out by a lurker, Delta! You got beat out by someone who usually lurks. Okay, top categories. Final Fantasy 14, Coral Island, Date Everything, Sandrock, and Spiritfarer. I forgot that Spiritfarer happened this year. Like, or we finished it, or started. I don't even remember when we started. Dang, the year's been long. And Goat, yes, and Goat. Spiritfarer was this year. Yeah, I thought it was last year. I miss Spiritfarer. No, well, good thing I have VODs, Mom. VODs are on YouTube. I played with Cav. So we did co-op. You know, I think, yeah, it was definitely before you started hanging around here a lot more, Bomb. I was still in my old home. True, that was before you moved. It was at the start of the year, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so, for it to show up here in this year's. It must have been like, we must have been finishing up the game at the beginning of the year. Because I don't remember starting it at the beginning of the year. But I started it last year. Top stream. Top stream reached 298 viewers. And I know exactly which stream this is. It was the one stream that Sarah Jane rated in. I only found you sometime late spring, early summer. It's insane to think about. Yeah, it really is insane to think about. And like, to me, this year has felt so long. It's felt so incredibly long when I think about like everything that I've done. And like just how rough work has been. I only found you sometime late spring, early summer. Didn't say anything about Bomb. There are Southerners here use months. You stream very long hours too. I wouldn't say so. My average stream, I guess like my average gets pushed up because of my weekend streams, right? But my weekday streams are only 4.5 hours. So I guess if you balance it out with like my random 10-hour to 12-hour weekend streams, what does that make it? Like average of 6-7 hours, maybe? Cav skews the perception of long. Although Cav has been very good recently. Okay, Cav has been very good recently. Top tags. English, first playthrough, backseating allowed. These are all... I think English is the only tab that I... Oh, I still keep first playthrough. Backseating allowed is now removed as a tag. Maybe we should put it back in. You guys are allowed to backseat, I just don't gotta fucking listen. Average length, but sometimes you're a bit of a creature and do 10 to 12 hour streams. Yeah. I don't know the months. I found Sandra after like 2 seasons or whatever. Totally a student skill. Okay, what is next? 138.6k chats received. Okay. Your biggest fans. Time to see who ranked numero uno. Numero uno goes to someone who is new to our rankings. Oh, wait. No, it's not in order. Okay, it shows up differently on my phone, and I'm pretty sure that's the real order. No, it's not bomb. It's not bomb. The top 9 isn't in order. Lex, wow, he's new. L. No, I thought it was in order on my mobile. Hey, Wolf! Wolf, how many hours? I thought Wolf got number 1. Wolf, how many hours did you lurk here? Maybe Delta is still number 1. Inactive. Whose kneecaps am I harvesting? It was Wolf. It was Wolf who I thought was number 1. They really should. They really should put this in order, though. I'm actually, like, really curious. That way I would know who pulled the most hours without them telling me, right? Well, considering Delta has 94% attendance, I don't think Wolf can beat. I don't think Wolf can beat them. Millie getting last place as usual. No, Millie, you're not last place. Come on, Wolf, show that 100% attendance. 756 hours. For someone who lurks, Wolf very strongly lurked for the most part. Wolf checked in to go to sleep. Here. That's half of mine. How the heck is L on there? L does lurk. See, sometimes people really surprise me. Buckeye had a lot of hours from, I would say, like, at the beginning of the year, and then recently again. Altina is also a very strong lurker for a mod who says nothing sometimes. No one takes my crown. Wolf was definitely trying to climb the Stream Elements leaderboard, though. Points leaderboard queen. My bad, trying to get my points, yo. We'll also look at that. Look at that as well. Crossovers. Top collaborators, Lex, Cav, and Yuna. Holy crap, we did 19. Oh, right, we did Coffee Talk. And then this one is Spiritfarer. What else did we do that I streamed? I think it was just Spiritfarer. And then these were the few Eureka streams or something. Well, that's why. I have get recommended, you know. Oh, Eureka. Wow, I was around for a lot of the Lex collabs. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, if you were streaming, you would have been there for a majority of the collabs because you were part of the Coffee Talk collab as well. Who was the one that recommended Yuna? What? Who was the one that recommended Yuna? Like, to me, I don't recommending Yuna or Sandra or the other way around. I don't I don't think anyone did in particular. I raid random people sometimes, but I think Yuna knew Nunu somehow. Like, I think Yuna raided into Nunu once, or vice versa. I don't think it was vice versa. I think it was Yuna raided into Nunu once. And then Nunu... I think Nunu raided into Yuna. So, you know, that would be very surprising. That would be very surprising. Yuna knew Wolf? Yes, Yuna did know Wolf before because Yuna was Wolf was helping them with Eureka. Yeah. But no, I definitely know, like, I definitely think the connection was through Nunu of sorts. No, I think, okay, the thing is, I swear I met Yuna separately and then found out that Yuna and Nunu know each other. Oh no, Yuna raided into me. I'm pretty sure that's how I found out. It's all a mess. I remember, Yuna, when she first came over here, was doing like housing streams. Maybe I don't know. Either way, the community that we have is kind of just all interwoven and interconnected, especially if it's through other Australian streamers. Or OCE streamers, rather. Maybe I don't know. I wasn't aware. You know who I'm surprised didn't show up in mine? App. I hang out in apps a lot. Maybe I just didn't count the hours. I think I mentioned to Yuna once about Xander. The reality is that the Final Fantasy XIV community is actually pretty small. Or like, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of streamers that I know of that I would potentially raid into. They're just doing content that I don't necessarily watch, right? So I know a lot of like Nunu's ulti raider friends, like know of them and know of the streamers. I haven't talked to any of them. They know me because of Nunu and Nat. And then but yeah, but I don't think I've ever raided them. They've never raided here. We just like coexist in different spheres of Final Fantasy XIV. Maybe we'll raid into them at some point. But like they're usually doing like ultimates or end game content, and I don't usually raid into that kind of content. Let's see. Fantasy jail, especially Motier. I'm not sure if I'll let you know raiding into the center. Yeah. Oh. Final Fantasy XIV that streams casual content streamers. Ender has been kidnapped into honorary materia. Have I? Remember when Jane rated you with 300? That was a highlight. Yeah, that was in our numbers earlier. Well, you guys can't see my... Oh, wait, no, now you can. So you guys can't see my cursor, but you can. Wonder who did that. Wait, what? Oh, is it that OCE Final Fantasy XIV streamer? Yeah. She's one of the YouTube content creators. I ended raiding into Yuna one day on a stream, I don't recall. I see. Biggest OCE Final Fantasy XIV streamer. Yeah. I don't really like her streams, but that's a preference thing. I don't hang out in larger streams, I think, like, for the most part in terms of that. Especially not Final Fantasy 14. I don't think, yeah, not with Final Fantasy 14 usually. I don't like the vibes. But I do like that Sarah helps out other people with content or dedicates a lot of time into doing that. She's so wholesome and nice. I do like her personality. I prefer watching like her content or her VODs whenever I do come across it. How the owner to join one of their treasure mappies. I see. I ended up accumulating watch points for her because I watched Lan and he collabs with her a lot. I have no idea who that is. I'm sorry to say. We also reached 5th floor. Nice. I don't hang out in OCE streams really. I feel like, okay, the thing is that OCE streams, like OCE streamers, majority of them I feel like are flesh tubers. Real life people with real cam. So there's like I personally don't mind. I mean, we raid into like John. But I think like majority of the people that I raid into tend to be PNG tubers or VTubers. I don't camera though. Flesh feels wrong. Yeah, but that's the term. The real small PNG tuber in OCE. Mm-hmm. It's not even that for me. It's just a majority of content is PF content. I have no problem with PF content. I enjoy a good PF day. I do a lot of mine content off stream in PF that no one would know. This guy. Oh, the lizard. Where you get the lizard? I didn't even. Okay, this is the problem with my multi-chat. I can't hover over the emotes and get like. Wait, is it Ian or is that an L? Is it Lan or Ian with 2 N's? Oh, Lan I am. I see. Okay, raids received 93. Who rated us the most? Old Man Sugarheart with 56 raids, Cav the Cat with 45 raids, and Yuna Kitsune B with 29 raids. Thank you to all of the streamers who support. Hi, hello, her Trixie, welcome in. We're just looking at Switch recap. Raid sent 244. How many streams did I have? Hang on. Where's 245? Was there one day that I just didn't stream? Oh no! I mean, or didn't raid. One of them was like the broken raid where I don't remember what happened. Oh no, I think I accidentally ended before sending off a raid. And then it was just like, oops. Who did I raid into? Lex, 24 raids. Flo, 21 raids. And John, 16 raids. Oh man, Sugarheart is such a consistent presence. He really is, because he told me actually that when he does Final Fantasy 14 Fridays as well. Technically they're like Thursdays into Friday for NA. But since his viewers like to watch Final Fantasy 14 content on that day, and I happen to be streaming Final Fantasy 14 content, they usually always raid in on that day. So it's a very consistent thing. Yeah. Which I really appreciate. I think Old Man Sugarheart is like one of like the most underrated streamers that I would love to support more if I could. It's just like his hours usually end before mine. I'm sorry. Well, what are you sorry about? I think he has a really good voice, and he fits his character, his PNG tuber, so well, in my opinion. He could have won that raid category. Who did you raid? Oh yeah. But several times I went, let me guess, flow, and you changed raid target. Yeah, I don't yeah, I really don't. Unless I'm really in the mood to take suggestions. If a suggestion happens, most likely, if I can find someone else, I will. I will raid into someone else. Which I think is like, okay, like as much as I love to support my friends in that sense, I have a very, in my head, it is a very clear etiquette for stream and streamers, right? I don't like, I think like you guys have noticed, I don't really shout people out all that often unless they raid in. That's more about my gripe with chat getting flooded with commands rather than not wanting to shout out other people. But it's also like, I know that a lot of streamers come here to chill. Based off of stats, right? Other things that I can see. And I don't personally, it's a me thing. And I think like some other people definitely feel this way. I was like, if I am a streamer who is just wanting to chill, I really like, I appreciate getting shouted out. I don't prefer to get shouted out every single time I show up to a stream. So sometimes like that's why sometimes I just don't talk in other streamers' streams if I know that I'll get like shouted out or something, or I'll skedaddle before I can even see it happen. Like I'll go in, check in, and then like check out. Clip that. 36 clips made of me this year. Benefits of being a viewer. I guess so. Unique clippers, 13. Hype happenings, 712 followers. I'm always yapping. I simply cannot work. That's perfectly fine. I mean, to each their own. It's also like I have very specific topics that I do and don't want to talk about, right? Or like certain themes that I just don't really follow. So there will be, my chat participation definitely ends in that. Or like by leaving my PC running. Yeah. Those would be majority of my hours, most likely. Chat badge unlocked, the 2025 one. And that's the end of the recap. Yay. I do have a lot of things that I have like planned that I would like to happen with stream going forward. But again, as some of you have already known, if you've been kind of around for, I would say, even within the last month, I don't think I've mentioned it all too often, but I've mentioned it, I think, a few times. I'm due to move at the end of the month. End of the month or like January 1st. It's like the dates are either the 29th, 30th, or the 1st, right? Is that right? Is there a 31st in December? I can't remember off the top of my head. There is the 31st. So it's sorry, it's either the, oh god. It's either 29th to the 2nd, like that week, I am moving to a different city. And it's for work. My institute is moving, and with that, I am moving because I am still working here for at least until the end of February. And they sponsor my housing, right? As a foreign teacher in Korea, we have two options for housing. If you accept housing by your institute, if they have it, then your housing is paid for, right? So my housing is paid for by the institute. And since it's currently being paid for, they're paying for my new place as well. Second option for English teachers in Korea is a stipend, if there is no housing provided by the school or institute that you work for. So I think a lot of what would be my wage goes into quote unquote the free housing that I have. Because free housing includes the huge deposit, and then the yearly rent. One day I fell asleep in Sanders and woke up in Cavs after 4 or 5 raids. That's crazy. Do you remember very early on last year when Cav had crazy hours that between me and Cav's hours at the time, we could have filled 24 hours and we could technically just keep on raiding each other only. That's how crazy our schedule was. Sorry, that's how crazy Cav's schedule was. Mine was still it did happen a few times, right? That is insane. Yes. Yeah, I cannot afford that. I have a 4090. It sucks in too much power. Speaking of, please remind me that I need to talk about my PC/laptop issues. I mean, not issues, like what my plans are for a new device. 970 Ti and solar. We gotta upgrade that PC of yours, Delta. So basically, the New Year's week. Yes, New Year's week. Like, right after Christmas and New Year's. And not that I celebrate either of them, really. So I don't really care. And the Institute's paying for the moving company. For us too, thankfully. Which is one expense that I did not expect to have paid for. So, yay on saving money. I was swapping between you two. It was amazing. I just gotta get 3 streamers to run that 24/7 ship. My friend's available 24/7. I was having a great time. Yeah, unfortunately now our schedules are so opposite that like we're like dead asleep during each other's streams for the most part. Yeah. Okay, speaking of devices though. This is such a terrible time. Why is a pill your greatest emote? It's not my greatest emote. Also, congratulations, Flo. Or sorry, Flo. Delta stopped you from earning #1 spot in receiving my raids a couple times. Delta's words, not mine. 3 times too many. I need to get legs now. Yeah. We don't make jokes like that here. I definitely stopped more than 3, probably. Probably. what was it? Like for the longest time too, Flo was like, wasn't Flo ahead of me in MSQ? Not for the longest time, for a time. By saying, let me guess, we're rating Flo. I hate living up to people's expectations. We're not gonna. Then we got hyper fixated on Eureka. Yeah, but I got stuck in Baja and Roll Quest, so that's what boosted ya. Yeah, and now I'm on like a long ass break. Well, briefly overtook at the start of Shadowbringers. I see. I am catching up though. Next week we're doing Endwalker. Oh, Flo, say goodbye to your raid streak. I never raid into people who are doing MSQ ahead of me. Never. I'm about to be obliterated. Damn. Progress. Just do Pago's bunnies. Well, I need to do extremes. I need Lex to finish Shadowbringers so that we can do extremes. Nah. But yeah. Things that we have like coming up are extremes. I have been planning, or I've been trying to plan to do extremes with Lex. Problem is that Lex is doing this week and next week in streaming, and then Lex is going on a break for Christmas and New Year's, I think, week. So ideally EXs would start next week. And then we may be on a break for 2 weeks, or unless Lex just wants to raid without streaming it. I don't know how he feels about that for sure, but either way. Speaking about extremes, we only done Tsukiyomi extreme. Huh? No, we've done Lakshmi. Oh yeah, and Lakshmi. And the 2 mommies. Who are the 2 mommies? Who are the 2 mommies? Stream the wedding. Oh yeah, you know I'll stream the wedding. Sooner doesn't mind. Yeah, I try to do my EXs mine. Like, I will PF it if I have to. But I don't think I have to. I don't think I have to, but the thing is that, like, currently, the reason why I put off extremes and was waiting for Lex to finish base Shadowbringer so that he could unlock some extremes was because, one, my regular extreme hours are taken over. It is the Baja time slot, right? And I don't know if I can pull a full team after Baja. And I don't feel like and usually after Baja, that is my Sandrock day. I can technically swap schedule around if I wanted to, but it's also like my raid hours have always been weekends, early afternoon, or like late morning to early afternoon, because I can fill a party with NA people as well. Right? And then evening crew that shows up to hang out. One, I was like, majority of the time I'm still just on Kraken, but 2, I feel like evening crew for my streams aren't really people that are here to raid in a sense. And I count extremes as raiding in the very lowest sense of raiding. Sorry, not lowest, but like level wise, it is the lowest difficulty that I count as a raid. Unless I'm wrong about that. Like lowest intensity. Yeah. Although, I don't know. Some of the extremes I think are definitely like harder than some of the savages. Freaking Shinryu. I'm gonna hate it so much when Shinryu becomes an Unreal. I'm gonna hate it so much. P2 can freaking skedaddle out of here, man. I can't go unless New Kraken. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, like, even if I were to do it on Materia, okay, I guess, like, now would be a good time, okay, to take a survey. Can I pull, if I go to Materia, who would I pull for extremes? No, I meant the wedding. Oh, yeah. Yeah, unfortunate. I think a lot of people won't be able to attend the wedding unless they want to make a new alt. Renga is forgetting Suzaku exists. Oh, Suzaku, bane of my existence for a different reason. Suzaku was the #1 trial that took the effing longest for me to get my triple triad card. F Suzaku. Okay? F Suzaku. We need a flower girl. Also, she's a lolly. I would join raids, but I'm a risk if you bring me. I think, okay, well, here's the stipulations about my raids, is that I do raids in a very particular way, right? It is blind, and I refuse to have people tell me what to do. Or how to solve a mechanic. We need to figure it out ourselves. How are we ever supposed to learn? Otherwise. Gotta learn to use my eyes and stop relying on certain things. I'll drag you to Materia anytime. I mean, you can drag me to Materia. I just can't get married over in Materia. Time to make that a risk mechanic. Incoming flow will die, mech. Feeling that shit felt harder for me than most savages. Yo! It was not easy, okay? Let me tell you. It's still one of the hardest things I've done. No, I meant the way. Well, don't listen to Ranga. I can attend. I need to unlock flying. No, what do you mean? Just get someone to fly you over. I mean, it depends on the time. At 3 a.m. my time? No, exactly. How far in content do I have to go to extreme? Finish Shadowbringers game? You have to finish base. You have to finish base Shadowbringers. Those are the raids that I'm working on. Those are the extremes that I'm working on. The other raids that I'm working on are just Alexander Savage, which is Heaven's Word. But we have a static for that. Although, I am on the lookout for new members, so if you... if there's anyone who wants to join the Alexander Savage static, or DM me and we'll talk. I'll take anyone from community first before I go advertise, but there are 3 spots open. Let me tell you that. Or there's going to be 3 spots open. And I think we have a plan for 1. Once I pay for my sub, I might... Oh, wait. I'm still blind to most of this shit. Wait, have you not done the extremes, Ranga? Sure. Hello, Sandra. Hello, Aaron. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm behind on chat because I'm yapping too much and reading too little. No, my Kraken all is like 2 quests away from flying. I see. You have to be... You have to be based. Are you based? Our raids are strictly blind. Imagine how tough that is when both retainers and the static are illiterate or can't count. What do you mean? Books apparently can read backwards. Read backwards from Z to A, but can't read forwards and can count up to 4. What time? I heard Delta wants to join. I heard Flo wants to join. I suddenly have shifts every Saturday. I would join, but ours, Shinryu, nearly killed me. Yeah, I definitely have shifts every Saturday. We'll be doing it unsynced, right? Unsynced? No, we never do unsynced content here unless we're mount farming. Which, by the way, I was helping another streamer, or I offered to help another streamer before I knew what content we were doing, and I accidentally did some, Battlebringers Extremes unsynced first, so I do have completion in 2 of them. I have completion in 2 of them because I was helping them mount farm for their mount. I have done, but carried. I see. Make it 3 that can't read and write. Who was the 3rd? Forward and back. Joking. What sorcery is that? What sorcery is what? Oh. If Sandra has redeems, I would have sprayed you. Well, good luck. Wait, we don't have redeems, but we have a spray bottle. It's called, what is it? Is it Delta Bad? Is it all caps? I can't even remember anymore. It's been so long since we've used it. There we go. There's the spray bottle. Let me guess. Hades. No, Hades is not one of them. Out there. Oh my god, Bomb is here. Bomb is actually usually always here. I am ESL. Does that count as no reading and writing? Sometimes, yes. To me. No, but that one this time is not for Delta. That spray bottle is for Flo, apparently. I'm 13 minutes in the queue to Ocean Fish, and I... Oh no, that is literally my experience on Dynamis Ocean Fishing. Gotta wait for the 15-minute timer majority of the time. Although, the queues have been better during Mogged Homes. I will say, it has actually popped all of like once or twice before the 15-minute timer. No, that emo is Delta's legacy and not in a fun way. Oh boy. ESL's no reading and writing when it's convenient. Exactly. Except for that one day. That shit boat you got that day. Oh my god, that shit boat was so shit. Although it's not the shittiest boat I've seen. No, let's brace for Delta specifically. I remember date everything. I'm on Crystal, where all the weird gooners who stay up to 3 in the morning, you know, I will say, there are a lot of people who stay up in Crystal. I'm EFL and I still plead English bad. You know what? Fair enough. You know, Australians get a pass for bad English. You're gooning, not fishing. I'm at Primal, where apparently there's a freak culture here. Primal's just like, I only ever go to Primal for PvP, so I can't say anything about Primal. I have 3 crystal degens in chat. are you talking about? Three of your retainers are from Crystal. Oh yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. I was like, hang on. Are they? Technically 2 are from Aether. True. But that's Boogs' alt, where I never met Boogs' main until this time around. Or last year. Because I didn't play before DC travel. I mean, sorry, I didn't play until last year when DC travel was open. Me and Wolf and Boogs are all Crystal, yeah. Only reason I'm playing the game now is because I'm employed as a retainer. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry to keep making you sub to the game. Wolf's name. Yeah. Anyways. What else do we have to chat about? Great year, Sandra. It has been a great year, you know? We are currently at, let's see, we had 712 follows, and right now we're sitting at 870. How many was I at the beginning then? This is plus or minus a few because there's been unfollows that I know of. The numbers fluctuate literally every day. And if I paid attention to numbers, it would probably drive me nuts. 870 minus 712 is 158. We were like, yeah, we were at 158 at the start of this year. I refuse to not read it as Wolfenheat. I'm the most unnormal person with the normal name. It's not. You're always. Yep. What do you mean? Was it not Wolfen? Only in Slash's stream. Huh. Huh. I've lost the plot. I have lost the plot. I go crazy in some other streams. This is where I come to be chill. This is you chill? I've been reading Wolf's name wrong this whole time. You missed my initial comment. Oh. That's why it's out of context, so. Whoops. The Wolf and D. Sandra thinks I'm crazy here and then walks in on me in other streams. No, I know you're very tame here. I walk into some other streams like, the fuck did Delta just say? I did not send her here. I take no ownership of Delta. I plead innocent. I'm so normal here, I'm shocked. Delta doesn't simply say, she barks. A flow stream with Delta, Ranga, and Millie in chat is crazy. I will say, Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever. I mean, I think I've been around when you guys are all around, but it gets chaotic, so I leave. Or I just drop it in the background on mute. It's because Flow streams late and I just don't have that energy after I'm done streaming. I was saying, you can skew Delta's mod stats next year. Delta's mod stats are already skewed thanks to Flow. Why did you have to out me as well? You think I don't know already, Renga? Huh? Delta barks indeed. Even I'm coming for your kneecaps. We go feral. The gays can make some chaos. And here's 3 of us barking in chat. Sandra is like, she reads Flow, and here's like us barking in chat, and it's ASMR for Sandra. What the fuck? No, I definitely don't think it's ASMR. Delta, you bring enough chaos for all the gays. Yeah, this chaotic evil gays. Anyways, let's see. I guess like plans for next year. So, okay, at some point, I think I'm gonna have to reduce. Like, I don't want to. I really don't. But I cannot see myself getting all of my shit packed up if I don't take some hours off from stream. I just don't have enough hours in my day. Sandra's like, I don't own that one. I don't claim Delta. Delta somehow found me, okay? Not the other way around. You didn't even find me? True. You guys found bugs. You guys found bugs. You found Kane. I did not find Kane. I did not find Kane. I hate typing about PC stuff. It's so easy to talk about though. Cav handed me over. What a wild statement. I'm sending this to Cav. No context. I love ocean fishing. Oh, is this a sarcastic I love ocean fishing, Aaron, or is this a I actually love ocean fishing? John sent me. Yeah. Thank you to John, who was number. Wait, he didn't even place. That's right. Sorry. He was number 3 for who I brought you guys to. I found Sandra through our old FC. It's so funny how Flo found me, forced me to stream snipe him. Wait, what? How? I want to hear this story, and then it just snowballed. I swear it was us finding Sandra, Delta. You got a better memory than me, though. I swear it was you guys. All I know is that you guys were like following bugs around in Final Fantasy 14 because you all had fatter cats. That's where the Fat Cat clan came from. And I'm just minding my own business, trying to do either side quests, like yellow side quests, or MSQ. And I'm just like, Books, who are these people following you? I was sent a link to Sandra's stream in Final Fantasy 14. Oh, right. Sorry. You know what? Yeah, I blame Boogs for that one. I blame Boogs for that one. Oh wait, no. It wasn't Boogs. Wasn't it Ollie who sent you guys a link? That is very unlike Boogs to advertise my stream. John sent me. That's that no context message from Wolf is so crazy. Sounds pretty me, actually. 50-50. The first and last time they ever did that, we just started following Boogs as a joke. You guys were all on the fatter cat. That's the thing, though. It's just so funny. I'm just like, huh? Where did he pick up some more sprouts? Fat Cat Club for the win. We found a random with the same amount as us on our roof before we could fly and wondered how the hell to get up there. Did a pet emo. Oh boy. And I as usual checked search info and then saw the Twitch link. I see. Then we just followed that random on a mount. And I'm like, I cannot click on the link to check him out. I see. We're like level 15 in base AR and I just bought Delta the mount. Correct. Sprouts grow on fat cats. Apparently not this one. This one is allergic to cats. So doesn't own a cat. I've thought about it. So duckling behavior. Yeah, duckling behavior. It's been 4 years. Yeah, it's been 4 years. 4 years of which we've really only known each other for 2. Gotta buy you a year's supply of Telfast and a fat cat. What is Telfast? What the hell? Antihistamines. Oh, the antihistamine. I see. Are they like Benadryl strong? Because that's how allergic to cats I am. I guess, okay. Oh, great. Followage. Delta, 4 years, 14 days, 23 hours. Congratulations on surpassing 4 years recently. Wolf. Congrats on passing a year. Been a year, 2 months, almost 3 months. Oh wow, I passed a year. Yeah, I didn't realize either. No, Telfast is like, I have the sniffies. Oh. You mean... Yo, those kind of allergy pills will not do me any good. 4 years, 14 days, 23 hours. Hang on. What was Delta's? 23. It's literally the same exact time. There's... I didn't want spam. No, it's fine. How did you break it, Ranga? Oh, maybe it's too short of a time. Go ahead, Ranga. Or, hang on. Let's see. Oh no. Did you guys actually break it? Oh. What the hell? Oh. Spelling errors. 8 months, 25 days, 4 hours. You got about 3 months to go, Ranga. 3 months to hit a year. I'm an infant. Cuckoo gaga. What? I'm only at 6 months. 4 years, baby. Yo, it's so funny. It's so funny that I can use Boogs' followage to count exactly when I started streaming. Boogs found me day 1. I can't believe that I can say that somebody is my day 1. I think I'm not even a year. 11 months. Ooh, so close. So close. Top of the point leaderboards. 6 months. What did I get back into? Flo is just a few months older than me. I can I can call Flo Oni-chan. Wretches. I'm your month one, yeah. I'm riding on Delta's coattail. Honestly, for 6 months, me clocking 40 hours is pretty impressive. It really is, honestly. Okay. But anyways, I keep on getting distracted. So, upcoming things. So, the EXs we've already talked about. And then my move we've kind of talked about. Oh, we talked only about my move partially, okay? So, I'm moving at the end of December. It's that week of New Year's. Like after Christmas, week of New Year's, right? And then I am working at my institute for only until the end of February. Like literally the last day of February is the day that my contract expires with this institute. And I have decided to not renew my contract with my institute just because of how much work it's been this past year. And with the outlook of projection of next year, it doesn't seem like it's getting any better in terms of conditions. Like people are being paid more, but I'm not someone who is highly motivated by money. I make a comfortable amount even if I take a major pay cut because I live alone. And other factors and benefits of my living situation that would make it so that I can still afford a major pay cut. We're talking like it is significant. I am dropping like the first number of my paycheck. Which is a lot. Like I make a good amount, but it is not worth the amount of time that I put into work. And I don't receive any sort of like gratification from washing my bank account. So I need more of a work life balance back, I think, because I do enjoy streaming, and while I can't monetize it, there's a I don't know, it's been an interesting thing to think about because my options are still very much open in terms of what I'm planning to do after leaving the institute, right? So I will be interviewing for places I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. There are words that I have habits from when standard Patreon when I don't really do content to really what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? To really justify, there we go, really justify doing Patreon. Like what would I be giving you guys in return for your support in that sense? But there's also like there's a reason why there are certain things that don't exist, right? I cannot monetize in Korea just because Twitch services do not exist here, right? I can go in a very roundabout way of doing it in the sense that I could turn my VPN on and say that I'm from the US, right? I really am from the US. I still legally live there and have a residence there. But streaming with a VPN is not ideal because sometimes it just will crash my streams. Like it'll just absolutely kill stream. Even with good internet, it's just like the VPN is what messes things up, not my internet. Although recently we did just stream with the VPN on, so that was really interesting. But I don't know. But yeah, in my head, there's always been a, did it run stable? It ran stable for that day, but I've done another stream like way back when we were testing it for the first time. But I think that was on like my old internet, like way back when I was first streaming. Like that first year that Delta knew me. I think like within then, I think we tried it once and it didn't work out well. But I have like better internet now, even though Korean internet's all technically good, but questionable. But besides that, like there is a certain point in streamer stats or like milestone, I guess, that I would be okay with monetizing if I had the opportunity to do so. Right? So like let's say if I went back to the States. Or if I moved to another country that has Twitch support. There is a milestone in my head that I would be okay with turning on affiliate for. Roast good coffee. All the cons outweigh the pro. I freaking hate spiders. Half of your animals scare me to death. You barely see them? Uh-huh. You say that. Oh, so that's where creatures are beta tested for you'll never see them. Yeah, right. The smaller the spider, the more scared you should be. Yo, I hate spiders. Spiders. All spiders are equally bad. But yeah, so I don't know. And that's also like the reason why there's no donation button, right? I was like, I could have easily allowed you guys to donate. I just don't need the money for one. I'm financially stable. And I didn't need the support, right? I didn't need the financial support. I understand that people want to support in some sort of way, but honestly, watching and being around or lurking was always a help, right? I think like we're getting into the whole discussion of how lurking works again for the millionth time with the recent Twitch changes, right? I'm also falling behind on chat again because I'm yapping. But yeah, I was like, lurking was always a help. Now it's become a little bit iffy, right? With the new Twitch stuff, I was like, I don't know. There's more incentive to create that space that has the active following, but at the same time, there's like so many logistics that I have to think about as a streamer. Like, I don't think many of you realize because I don't really talk about it on stream, but I think about streaming quite a bit. And there's like thought behind me doing certain things in stream, right? Me playing Sandrock, yeah, that's not thought. That's just me needing chill time away from life. So that's what Sandrock is currently. But like in terms of content that I do, times that I stream, my schedule, like all of that, there's factors into me deciding all of those things. And it's not often that like I talk to anyone about that stuff, really, unless other people ask. Time to take a minute to catch up in chat. You are way more social than me. More yapping, more yapping. You're the one speaking to Boogie. Oh, was it Kane? We can blame Kane and Boogs then. I've done all my voyage missions apart from 6 out of 7 out of crabs or jellyfish, and I'm crashing out. Yo, I haven't done a single one, I don't think. That's not like me at all. Worked out well though. What if leap year? Never stop working, lies. I see you in Final Fantasy 14, not motivated by money. Taigi is motivated by money. I am not. That I don't know if that at Aussie. Yeah, okay, so you guys, it's funny that you say that. Like, I think I've mentioned it like way back when, probably that first year that I was streaming. There's a reason why some of my words are very Aussie sounding, especially my nose sometimes. And it's usually, it shows up in no as in K-N-O-W, no, a lot more than me purposefully spelling out N-O as N-A-U-R. Like my study abroad here in Korea, 2 of the people that I hung out with had the heaviest Aussie accents. And me, as someone who is linguistically inclined and has a very neutral accent in any language that I've learned, acclimated my speech towards theirs without me noticing. So there are words that like just sometimes show up. That and my mom has a British accent because my mom speaks British English. But I would say like hers is like a very Vietnamese British English. Like she has a very Vietnamese accent when speaking English, but her English is not American English, it is British English. It's like a really weird mix. This aside, I would have the same feelings about my work. I would take a pay cut for better hours and less responsibility. Yes. Yes. Or less task workload. I was doing the job of 2 to 3 people at a time. It sucks. Like, the fact that they're hiring 2 people to take over my technical position says about how much work I was doing. People need another avenue to try to beat me. Don't turn a hobby and outlet into a job. Yeah, I mean, well, like, streaming is technically a whole other job, right? Streaming is something that I enjoy as a hobby, but there's like, if I want it to succeed to some extent, there's still goals, right? Even though I'm not monetizing, it doesn't mean that I don't have goals for streaming. I do, right? And for the most part, it's just milestone goals for me. It's literally numbers, right? And in the sense of numbers, there's a lot of things that you have to consider, right? I think, okay, and that's the fun part of it for me, is trying to puzzle that. I'm enjoying what I'm doing with stream. I don't feel like it's work, even though if you total my stream hours per week, it is a full-time job. You realize that I stream over 40 hours per week, right? Normally. That's why I refuse to go into art and textiles as a job. Meanwhile, I wonder what's in line for me after having just signed on the dotted line to a sponsored master's in ed studies. Ooh, plus 3 a year's bond plus government job. That's interesting, Ranga. Congratulations on the opportunity. I hope that goes well for you, and I hope that it works out well, because signing on for a bond in a government job is
That's a lot of commitment. If I don't get burnout like 30% of the other teachers do, that is so high. That's so high. It is so easy to get burnt out as a teacher, though. I took a job that was a pay cut with better hours, and I feel like a person again. That's the thing, right? I don't feel like a person when I'm at work. Like, I cannot go a day without needing to talk to someone about work so that I get over the problems that work has. I just like, I don't want to end my contract early, too. There is more repercussion for me ending my contract early than me trying to stick out this last month where I have to fill in for a program for a teacher who's going on maternity leave for 1 week, okay, in 2 weeks. Or sorry, not 2 weeks. It is literally a week and a half. So on the 15th and 19th, I'm filling in for a program. And then afterwards, there's nothing for the rest of December except for moving, preparing to move. And then January, we have a program at the new location that I am not teaching. They're finding an outside teacher for. And then for the rest of January and the rest of February, we are literally planning for the new year, the new school year. And so that's just a lot of desk work, right? It's not, we cannot actually do any like business trips or programs during that time because of like certain legalities of how programs are run in Korea. It's just a time period that no programs can happen. And so I'm just going to be sitting and collecting my paycheck and working on whatever schedule or like onboarding, offboarding that needs to be happening for other people and myself for the rest of the month, right? Or for the rest of my contract after the week and a half from now program. But it's been so much work that I really don't feel like my own person or like that I have time to do what I want to do. Which is why like streaming has been such a rock for me, because it's like while everyone's like, what, like, you know, I think like everyone who knows me in real life is like, you need to get out. And I'm like, no, I don't need to get out because I spend too much time at work and out and about for business trips. And I don't even consider that out and about. It's draining. And then I have no time to recuperate before I need to do that all over again. So, yeah, like taking a huge pay cut for some semblance of my sanity back and less work, yeah, I'll take that any day. And being able to like, if I go teach at a school again, like as much as I was so sick of teaching children, going back to teaching children is better because I would get off work at 4:30 instead of 6. That's an hour and a half of time to do shit. I start a little bit early. I mean, like, technically the school day starts at the same exact time. I work 9 to 6 at this current job. And then my hours at a school would be like 9 to 4:30. I'm on an unpaid 1 hour lunch here, so it's a technical 9-hour work day. I count it as an hour of work because I don't really take a break. And then at school it's a paid lunch, and then we just get off work early. And I'm not working weekends, so I don't have to work late hours. I feel the soul-crushing weight of my job still, but I'm sticking it out a bit longer. Ugh. Man, I'm so sorry to hear that, Kane. Get my LSL and then decide. But they want to push me up the chain. Ugh. Your work ethic is too good. I honestly hate that. I couldn't even make it that far. It's always either the internet or the VPN that bottlenecks the bitrate. Yeah. To be fair, the job was a lot harder on you. Oh wait, you guys worked at the same workplace. I forgot. My soul left drained out of me by the end. Or my soul felt drained out of me by the end. There. I moved to Australia. Spiders are nice. No, spiders are not nice. You haven't seen them. It's more than half. I'm reading, I'm just not reading out loud. Spider rain? What the ew. No, no, no. Hell no. See you never. Sorry, you guys. Never going to Australia. Snakes that can wipe you out in under an hour living in your front yard are normal. Absolutely not. Go back to hell, demon. Invest in flamethrower. Their friends, little cuties, the fuck? That took a huge step back with the stuff that helped me grow for the sake of my sanity. Yeah. Yeah. I think, like, I mean, we've talked about it a lot. Like, I mean, not even a lot. Like, I've talked to you about it sometimes, Slash. More like me just literally typing up a whole entire fucking essay, but we've talked about it some. Did you stop feeling yourself, Slash? Smurf mode. Why did I read so wrong? Learn to unzip your fly in public. What? Don't bring back my repressed memories. Yep, I remember you telling that story. I need to thank these random Aussies. One of them I'm no longer friends with. And the other was more so a friend of that friend. So, snowball. Vietnamese British English is basically Aussie. Are we in the base portion of the stream where I can scream about my hatred for all corporations? Ugh. You know what? Scream it out loud, Aaron. It's even worse because I work government school, right? Or government, technically government institution. It's literally part of the Office of Education here. Watching you must be a full-time job then too. Hi Sandra. Hello Yulia. Sorry, I'm so behind on chat. Welcome in. It can go either way. It's so weird hearing you being swamped with work affecting your health because it feels just like yesterday you were complaining about being in the school over summer with zero work to do because it was the social expectation. Okay. Okay. Desk warming is another bane of my existence, but I will take desk warming over the shit that I have to do. I have no summer or winter vacation here at this institute. Those are our busy seasons because every in-service teacher is on vacation, which means it is prime time for them to do all their training hours. Okay? I was like, yes, I'm fucking bored to death sitting here for 2 months not doing anything. I'm just sitting here watching Netflix, collecting my paycheck. Can I please do like work from home or some sort of like cultural experience where I could just go out and have an experience and like do something in order to like prove that I did that and collect my paycheck that way. Like, I'm wasting my time. I don't like wasting my time doing nothing to collect a paycheck. Let me do something. Send me to a museum. Send me to a training or something, right? Hello. An hour and a half of Eureka. When we get busy, it's busy. Yeah, but when we don't get busy, we go into a panic because we're not used to the pace change. It's not even that. It's just, I'm literally the only one in the school besides the one other person who has to do their 1 day of desk duty in the school during summer vacation. It's insane. If I didn't show up, some people wouldn't even know. At the last place I worked, I had technically 3 bosses, and then I got fired at the end of the year because I was told, you have 3 bosses. We can't make that a position. What? What the fuck? That's crazy. Y'all scared Santa from visiting Australia. I mean, spiders. I will always remember that. Your Giga Chat in my heart for that. So you're saying I'm your best Aussie friend? Oh, you ran unlocked. She's never getting to my time. Yeah, honestly, I'm never getting to my time at Sandrock today. We'll just do freaking just chatting. Let me just take that straight out of my title. Straight out of the title. And while I'm at it, remember to go update the YouTube bot. And take it out of the Sandrock category. Who's sending me messages? Is it someone here? Okay. Anyway, same, Sandra, same. Yeah, only teachers can relate. Only teachers can relate. Also, I do not have a better screen for this. Here, this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna duplicate this and then do this and then do this. Oop. There. Hey, this is what a Slash stream looks like. Oh, my bad. No, Slash has freaking video in the background for all the Zoomers who can't focus. Let's see. But if you don't, but if you leave the office, then you like, I don't know, have some happiness. God forbid. I can't be found sitting down doing nothing and expect to receive the same check. I know. I have standards. This was such a great rant back in the day when Sandra was angry and used meaner words. What do you mean angrier and use meaner words? I feel like I started out as a streamer who didn't. Did I swear back when I first started streaming? Either way, I tried to keep it clean for the most part, and then all of a sudden it was just full on back to swearing. I don't even swear much in real life. Streaming is just like stream is something else. To be fair, I hated the place, so I didn't give a singular shit when I was fired. Fair enough. I need to change the category. Just ranting is not me. Is me. Hi Lex, welcome. Sorry, I'm behind in chat. My favorite kneecap sores. Check DMs. Oh, it was you. Hang on. Cap responded to my no context snapshot of Wolf saying Cav handed me over with huh? Lol. Hang on. Hey! Thank you, Lex, for collecting 712 watch hours here. Oh, it's actually really interesting who you watch. Why are we kneecapping Big Sandra? Yeah, Big Sandra. This feels wrong. Focus. What focus? I don't like it. Can't without my Subway Surfers video or AI TikTok with Minecraft. My record is 3 videos in background at once. What the hell? Yes, standards. We have standards. You don't, you didn't swear. Yeah, I didn't swear. I kept a very clean vocabulary for a long time, believe it or not. I'm not against it. It's just like, okay, so I'm a strong believer of like things become habits, right? So like way back when, you know, when like we're talking like way back when instant messaging first came out. We're talking like AOL AIM experience, right? So, you know, like old, what do you call it? Leet speak? Typing with numbers and shorthand and all that shit. That was so prevalent online, and that's something that I partook in for a little bit. Until I went to write a freaking paper in middle school and could not long type out words. And then I was just like, fuck it. I am stopping with the leet speak because I cannot type an essay. Like, I can't spell words out anymore. And I was like, it's become too much of a habit. It's a bad habit. And so I broke it. And cursing was one of them. But I cannot express some of the anger I feel without curse words. I feel like most teachers have high expectations on ourselves. That is low-key a mental disorder. Oh, probably. You're just angrier. If I miss more angry Sandra, I missed out. You know why you guys don't see angrier Sandra? There's only one person now who sees angry Sandra. There's only one person now who sees angry Sandra. And that is enough to take my anger off so that I can function like a normal human being again. That made my brain melt. When did that happen? The 3 videos thing. My aunt started drama in the family group chat. Oh my god. 7/12. No! Congrats, that's half of mine. Yeah. 1570, baby. More like a square vocabulary. Leet speak, never heard of it. Most certainly things become habits. My terminology was very different in the Marines. Yeah. That's so... Oh my god, I can't even read this anymore. That's so... What is that? What's 707? Is it TOTTALL? What is 9? Is it is that a Y? That's... Wait, who? Huh? What? I may not see it, but I remember. Sander has bugs in the dungeon. Who's the lucky soul, Delta? Who's the lucky person? That's totally... so totally, I think. Imagine using LeetSpeak in 2025. What loser would do that? Who would do that? Uh-huh. Yeah, Boogs gets the full force of my anger, and it's not directed at him. It's directed at the freaking work world. I'm someone who very much like, I need to rant about it and vent in order to get over it, right? So as soon as I do that, I feel marginally better. And then I can move on with my day. Give the man a medal. Same here. Yeah. So I get it, right? I get it. Yeah. But it's also just like Boogs runs free therapy sessions. Boogs holds free therapy sessions for other people. I happen to be one of the most frequent visitors for those therapy sessions. What does that say? Something something I miss Leet speak. I can't even read it anymore. Oh, bring it back. I miss Leet speak. That's insane. Okay, hang on. Let me catch up with all the DMs that I have. Oh, okay, thanks, Millie. I did send it to myself earlier. The fuck did I just read? Sorry, I'm responding to Av's message. The number one criticism I've gotten is using an A instead of a 4. My reasoning is that it's fucking stupid looking. You think so, Delta? I would very much like a succulent Chinese meal. What would you consider a succulent Chinese meal? Oh, hang on. I need to grab my let me grab my my views. My views recap and send to Av. A Chinese meal that gets me arrested. Ugly orange chicken. Is this democracy manifest? A Chinese meal that gets me arrested. It is that succulent. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal. I've lost the plot. Isn't Aussie mean? I see. What the hell? Kane? Put your pants back on. Have you never seen him? So you need to see the video. I don't partake in memes. Memes are very much the brain rot of the century, and I don't partake in brain rot either. This is a man. The Democracy Manifest. This is Democracy Manifest. Fully catching up in Hokuto because I just gotten earthen. Nice. Oh, it's iconic. If you want to learn, it's worth it. I don't know about that. Ow, ow, my ears. Hang on. Watching. What I'm hearing is I should find a way to activate sub so that Ranga can swipe some more, right, Ranga? Enabling bad habits? No, break your own card. Who gave you a credit card? Let's do it. That's what I heard. Goal is that everyone else needs to make Ranga beat his own record for how many swipes he did this year. You know, he's getting a very bad start already. This 5 counts towards next year. Does it not? Funnel me money to form an artificial leaderboard climb. Ranga, where is my mouth? It does. We're already minus 5 subbies into our goal. I hate that. I hate that is a negative count. That's so funny. Be right back. Encouraging Flo to do a subathon with a punishment wheel. Oh boy. Ranga never stop swiping. Treat me like Swiper, please. Yeah, oh, we're on the same wavelength because I literally thought Swiper no swiping in my head. Ranga no swiping. Ranga no swiping. Design a gotcha game for you. Oh boy. Oh no, not the gotcha. Okay, I watched the video. Thank you for educating me. I will proceed to forget that exists in approximately 3 hours. Hang on. Let's check our, what have we not done in a second? Let's check our stream elements leaderboard. You'll never forget the butthole song. No, I actually forgot the butthole song. I know that it exists, but I literally know, I don't remember the melody. I don't remember the words. Okay. Leaderboard so far. Delta's still holding tight to first. Bugs is still okay. Seribot. I think we can hang on. I'm delete Seribot off of that. Okay. Bugs is holding second. Oh, you guys can't see. Sorry. Here. Leaderboard. This is Stream Elements leaderboard. You guys are collecting technical points for when you guys are lurking here. You guys just don't get it in the form of Twitch channel points. But we do have Stream Elements points, and they are your coffee coupons, I think is what I called them once upon a time. Or coffee beans. I don't even know anymore. Cafe coupons. Yeah. Something like that. Delta's in first. Bugs is still holding on to second. Lex is creeping up there, and so is Wolf. I remember Lex and Wolf being further down in the list and have slowly been rising. Same with Altina and Elle. Bomb is 7th. Neo is 8th. Cav is 9th, and Even is 10th. Congratulations on making it to top 10. Oh, I'm higher up than I expected. Honestly, same. Oh my god, this is bad. I've gotten all the emotes from level 1 train. I just learned that. Oh. Congrats, Ringa. Acidic Dragon, Kane, Millie, His Royal Hairiness, Spencer, Nunu is a surprising number 16. Sad, Nat, Wana, and Ryu. And then Ethel, Luna. Who is... This is actually someone that I do not think has ever typed in chat. I don't recognize this name at all. Or if they have, it's like they've talked once. And then Mika, and then Isam. That's page 1, so that's top 25. What name? Amusing Cloud 7. But thank you so much for lurking enough to have gotten up onto first page. Nope, no idea. See? I'm telling you, I have some strong lurkers. If you check like other pages, I think like the stronger lurkers are in there. Well, I mean, we have some very strong lurkers in the forefront too. Lex. I mean, Lex talks every once in a while, but Lex is mostly lurking from the hours. Wolf, Altina, Elle, Neo. Cav majority got their hours probably early on this year. Endless. Someone's old name now, probably. That name doesn't exist. Huh. I'm curious as to who that is. Would it not? Oh well. They get to stay there. I don't delete people off here unless it bots. Doesn't exist on Twitch. You can really tell that I rarely watch Twitch. It's perfectly fine. Slash. I think like a lot of people actually don't. It's actually surprising that Bugs is holding on to second, considering how much I know he doesn't watch Twitch. And the fact that like Bugs and I hang out a lot outside of stream. So there's really no reason for him to really lurk here. Stream Elements doesn't update, unfortunately. Yeah. This is my hangout point. For a purely scientific reason, what would one have to do to earn points fast? You literally just have to put in time to watching stream. You accumulate just by actually lurking. So this I'm pretty sure the points still count for lurking even when it doesn't count for Twitch anymore. So the conditions of a lurk on Twitch now are you have to have 2 or less streams. I mean, it's 2 or less streams open for it to count both. If you have any more, you are only counted when you are active in a chat for a certain amount of time. So you have to constantly, if you want to be counted as a viewer, you have to constantly, if you have more than 2 tabs open now, you have to constantly go around and type in chat and be active every once in a while for you to count as a viewer. But I think Stream Elements points, Sandra gonna ask me, why am I gonna ask you? You are up here. You're number 15. You're number 15, Spence. But Stream Element points are purely based on time in chat. Yeah. So, I mean, you could lurk, I'm pretty sure. You could, like, legitimately lurk and still earn points if you want to climb. That's what Wolf did. That's how Wolf got so high so quickly, is Wolf checked in before going to sleep, because Wolf goes to sleep when I start streaming. And then leaves it on to collect his points. And then wakes up, says hi, then bye, and goes off on his day when I end stream. And he's awake again. Yeah. I was thinking about trying to find a way to finagle Stream Elements points in order for you guys to use them as sort of channel points, but it is way more complex than I have the brain capacity to deal with when I am so freaking busy. So yeah, there's a lot of things that I want to have happen in the new year, or man, I get on tangents and I never finish the topics that I want to talk about. So this is leading back into the topic that I skipped over earlier for the second time. Moving. So with New Year, there's like stuff, right? I already mentioned the fact that like I'll be doing like virtually nothing in January and February, except preparing for the new year. I don't know what that entails in terms of what my institute is going to have me do in terms of tasks, but I assume it's like onboarding some people and offboarding some people, including preparing and reviewing the schedule for next year and being so sad about it. Everyone that's going to work there next year. But after my contract ends, so I'm in the process of applying to different places, right? So that means that I do not have a job secured yet, but I know that I'm leaving my current job. And my options are as follows. Okay. Accept a job at a school, or accept a job at like an interesting anything that I would deem interesting, I would try at least a year with, because I'm also at an impasse of like what I want to do with my life, because living in Korea permanently has never been in my plan, and it's still not in my plan. And as much as like I've delayed my plans, like my original plan in coming to Korea was a 5-year plan, and I started here in 2019, right? I am 7 years in, so I've definitely stayed longer than my original plan. But if I do not have a job that I want to take at a school, or an interesting opportunity that comes my way, which I actually know that there are positions open that I would be interested in. Whether they will take me is a different story, because I do not have a master's and I do not have my official teaching license in my home country, right? So for those of you that don't know, it takes like only a bachelor's and a TEFL or TESOL certificate that you can get like online for like 120 hours of online coursework in order to teach abroad for the most part in majority of the countries. China, Vietnam, Thailand, Korea amongst them. But those are the two options for staying in Korea for now, and use that year to kind of figure out what direction I want to go in terms of job, or like job as in like, am I gonna take a career change? Am I gonna go find a different job? Am I gonna go back to the States? I would really rather not go back to the States. I don't know. I just don't really want to go back to the States right now. Korea, in terms of like teaching opportunity, makes the most amount of money for how shit the won is right now, but we still make like top dollar on top of like the benefits that we're given. Like it equals out. It's pretty. It was great. Okay, it was great when like the won was stronger. It's still viable now, depending on where you're from. I would say it's less viable for me as an American because the American dollar is worth more, and I could literally be making more working a minimum wage job back home because of how strong the dollar is. But it's the whole happiness equation, right? I don't think I would be happy back home, and I am contemplating, like, if I don't like any of the options that I am given or that I'm interviewing for, that maybe I just take a year off to well, maybe not a whole entire year. I think I would go absolutely stir crazy without doing anything for a year. But take a gap year / gap 6 months to kind of just rest, recuperate, and think about where to go from here. What about Hagwon? So I do not agree with Hagwon education. For those of you who are not familiar with what a Hagwon is private academies that are run as after-school programs here in Korea. It's not tutoring, okay? It's not tutoring in the sense of like catching kids up to curriculum standards. This is kids going beyond curriculum standards and trying to get ahead. And it's privatized education. It's something that I think is ruining public education in Korea. And one of the big factors of leaving the institute that I'm working for right now is that the goal of upper education sphere for their direct institutes, not their schools, the institutes, right? So like training institutes and whatnot. So what Korea is doing right now is they are pulling foreign English teachers out of schools. They're cutting funding for it like all over the place, especially in my province. And the reason why they're doing that is they're trying to funnel it into their own Office of Education institutes, right? They're trying to move these people into quote unquote higher institutions, but these institutions that were run as like training programs for teachers, for future educators, and for, you know, running special programs that deal with future problems. They're taking all of the qualified teachers out of teaching positions, putting them into institutes and running it like a language school / Hagwon. So I don't agree with that. I don't think private education is a good thing in the sense of how it's being run here. And then I do not agree with cutting funding to public education to fund something that is very much like private education here. It only benefits the kids who do well. It does not benefit the kids who don't have the English ability or the English skills. And that's not creating a good environment for Korea's future. That's going to be so gatekeeping. Yeah, and that's a big part of why I'm leaving. Besides the overwork. I mean, yeah. A radical sabbatical. Yeah. Most teachers that get burned out in my country end up in private tuition, which the certification really makes the hourly rate rather high. Yeah, again, so like I could make bank. I could make bank as a private institution teacher, especially if I had the motivation and drive to grow and like kind of promote / sell my English classes, right? I was like, you can become very famously rich by being a Hagwon teacher if you are extremely good at your job. I think I have the capability that if I wanted to, I could definitely do that and exploit the shit out of it. I would definitely, like, if I had a mind to do it, I would have the drive to do it, but I don't. It goes against every ethic and moral in terms of how I feel about education. Hello, Ash, welcome in. After school center, I think some are preparing for SATs, others are for foreign certifications. The ones for high school, yes. I mean, high school itself, like regular curriculum is already so high school curriculum is already so focused on high school English curriculum is already so focused on SAT. It's all they do. That's why there's like rarely any foreign English teachers in high school positions anymore, because it's not needed. It's not needed because the test is literally the only thing that matters to them in high school. They literally study in school for a test, their equivalent of an SAT. And that test doesn't test any sort of competency or fluency in English. It literally tests your memorization of how to solve test questions that are formed in a very obscure way. If any of you were to look up a Suneung or the Korean SAT English exams, they're fucking stupid. A native speaker cannot solve that in a reasonable amount of time. You're given approximately like 30 seconds to solve each question for the amount of questions that they have. There's a pattern to how to solve it, and it's not reading comprehension. We're having a huge trade push right now, so a lot of kids are being encouraged away from university. I don't think university is necessary. As someone who received higher education and wanted to leave higher education, I don't think it's absolutely necessary. I think there are so many other ways. Like, I don't think I benefited from university, besides like personal gain in certain aspects. Like, I don't know. I just don't learn well in school. Or like, I learn fine by myself because I'm motivated in that sense, but I hate school. I hate school in the traditional sense of it. I think that there's like so much opportunity for people to grow without having to go to higher education. But I think But I'm someone who thinks that like mandatory education should be like until high school. Hang on. It's still an option for those kids who want it, but they're making trade school free. Oh, that sounds so nice. Learning a trade is actually like so good. So good. But tuition's also part of the private education sector. Yeah. And like it's crazy, right? As like you're talking about public education, which is free, or like taxpayer dollars and all that jazz. But like public education, I was like, the parents should have no fucking say in education and how it's run. I'm sorry, there's like one thing that I like about the overall vibe of American education, and it's the fact that like while I don't know if it's changed. But I was like, while parents have some say in a child's education, like there's a lot of trust in teachers to teach children well in the States, right? And like that your education at school is run by your teacher, but education is also run by parents at home, right? I was like, the parents should have no say over, or like not no say, but they don't get to run the show of how a school is run. And that is very opposite of what it is here. Parents have so much power in what a school does. And I'm like, so I was like, but you don't educate your children at home in terms of like manners or like ethics. So who are you to say what we can and cannot teach in class? I'm trying to teach your child not to be a little shit because you won't do it. Get off my fucking case. But tuition's also yeah. Same here. I did a final year subject in the second last year, which also happened to be the last year of the old curriculum style. You can literally feel a shift from memorize and repeat to understand and solve. Yeah, I definitely didn't. I've seen one of the videos made by British YouTube creator in Korea shed light on how English is taught in Korea. It's so bogus. It is so bogus. It's so ridiculous. I quit uni on Delta's advice and it was the best choice I made. Yeah. I did, but I'm a learning freak. The way how they break it down is so technical. It felt like a linguistics rather than language course. Yeah, and they're so hell bent on like what they call fluency. I'm like, okay, let me ask you guys, what do you guys consider fluency in a language? Not just English, but fluency in a language. How would you describe that? At least get a diploma in a trade of your choice. That's also the current shift here. My mom gave me two options, uni or military. Worst two options. I hated uni. Your mom is a cunt. I think it's the social economic changes plus geopolitical shifts that made diplomas so much desirable than a degree. Yeah. I feel like these are very like niche things. I was like, in the US, a degree is very much synonymous with a diploma in the very basic sense of it. Honestly, I don't get a degree unless you want to contest for academia work. Fucked if I know. I failed English. Fluency equals you speak, write, make sense, people can understand. Man, I don't know. Fluency to me is being able to hold a conversation. Yeah, holding a conversation. Like being able to chat without it being nonsense. The ability to speak or write it easily without excessive hurdles. You know, that's really interesting. Okay. Because fluency to me, the definition of fluency to me as someone who is in linguistics is getting people to understand what I say, whether that is grammatically correct or not. Okay, it's being able to get my thoughts across and being able to communicate with other people. Not necessarily, I was like, it can be in the sense of holding a conversation, but it is not necessarily meaning that like it has to be the best flow of conversation, right? I was like, someone can walk up to me and talk in the most freaking broken ass English ever. But if they get enough words in there that I understand what they mean, that's fine. They're getting their point across, right? English is so flexible in its grammar, and that's why the fluent line is so hard to draw. Yeah, but I was like, but in terms of fluency here and how people view it, their sense of fluency is being grammatically correct. So they're so stumped and stuck on that they can't speak. I was like, I'll take a textbook answer, thank you very much. Like, hello, how are you? I'll take a, I'm fine, thank you, and you, over anything else that they think that they should give me. Because they're so stumped on it. I can't speak German either. Right. I feel like fluency is more of a communication aspect rather than a language mastery. Yeah, and I think like Ranga gets my point the most because Ranga's in education as well. But like they're so stuck on the grammar that half of them can't make any output with it unless it's writing. Like the writing is impeccable, but what good does it do if I'm trying to talk to you? I was like, you can't sit there and think about this for 5 minutes. It's like, I may be patient, the world is not. I'm hearing is outdated syllabus. Yeah, and all these outdated thoughts of what fluency is, right? I was like, do you want your child to have a conversation with me or not? That's what I'm trying to do. Okay? I don't care if your child says, like, sunny, birthday, happy. Like, you know? And I'm just like, okay, I get it. Good enough. Move on. Like, I get your point, you know? And it's like, it's my job as a teacher to form that in a way that they can try to receive it and try to make the correct grammatical changes, right? To turn it into a sentence. It's like, oh, it was sunny on your birthday and you're happy, right? You know? Okay, that is cute. I was like, hello. I was like, these are kids that are learning English for the first time. Quote unquote, curriculum-wise, they are learning English for the first time in 3rd grade. Okay? 3rd grade, mind you. Like, why make it so technically to the point you can't convey information? Yeah, and I'm like sitting here and I'm like, are you gonna sit there and think about like every period and comma and like, hello? Like, does that matter? I was like, does that matter? Really? Who's gonna notice? I was like, excuse me, but me sitting here and talking to you right now, I don't think I've said a proper grammatical sentence. I was like, we don't speak grammatically the way that we write. I was like, if you're gonna go for grammatical English, that's literally academia English. Yeah, we all start from basic words anyways. Yeah. And I'm just like, hello, did you learn how to speak Korean when you were a baby? Learning how to like form every single grammar structure in the correct spot? Hell no. So why are you thinking that English just need to be learned that way? Or any other language for that matter? I was like, literally it works for some people. And that's a very small majority of the people. I'm so happy that the weather was great on my birthday. Sounded fluent than whatever Sandra just used as an example. Any word can be a verb if you try hard enough. Lovely English language, yeah. Work. Being too grammatically correct actually makes you sound so bad in English, yeah, because native speakers are so fast and loose with it. Yeah, because not like colloquial spoken English is not the same as written English. If you talked like an academic piece of writing that is fully grammatically correct, fuck you. Get out of here. No one understands you. How doth thou be, Delta? Words hard, English easy. Speak England well. Oh my god. So funny. It's funny because in the Marines, we would respond with grunts, broken words, and sounds, and somehow we get the point across. Exactly. Words are useless. Yeah. I feel like fluency is also a matter of confidence. I don't care if you talk in individual words as long as it doesn't take a year for an answer. Yes, very true, right? It is very much a confidence thing. But that confidence thing that gets people tripped up here is literally about like worrying about being wrong and worrying about grammar. I'm like, why does it matter? Why? I was like, it's so ass backwards sometimes. Because like their expectation of people who are like learning like Korean, right? You can say it in the most broken white American accent way possible, and they'll like be like, "Oh, clap, clap, clap! Oh, like you know, you're so good at Korean, blah 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 blah." And I'm like, "Cool, I'm doing that for you in English too, but you're like freaking out. Like I don't." There's like this weird double standard. Confidence versus competence. Yeah. I had a Korean guy ask me when train road end. I had to think for a sec before realizing, oh, he wants to know at what time the tram stops coming. Yeah. I was like, it may take you a little bit of thought, but like, hello. Good enough. I understood eventually. It's like, the Germans look at you before speaking to you in English. I think they're just translating word for word. Yeah. I have a friend of mine learning Korean and I tease them with how they say the words in their very thick accent. Are you sure they have a thick accent, Kane? I had to translate that back into Korean and be like, oh, hang on. Oh, yeah. So 언제 기차 길 끝나요? Kind of. I sort of get it in Korean, and then it's still weird even in Korean. I don't even remember what exact words they used. I don't know the actual word, but I say 안녕하세요 to them. Oh, that's so funny. 안녕하세요. Right. 안녕하세요. That's diabolical. I just remember being really fucking confused about train road. Oh yeah. I think I picked up the back translation skill when I was learning Japanese. Yeah. I feel like I just swore. No, you said hello, but it's so funny. I've never, I don't think I've ever had anyone type it out as an onion. That's so funny. You know what's diabolical, Renga? I can no longer read Romanized Korean. It is actually diabolical. It is actually easier to read Hangul than it is the Romanized version of Korean. Onion say yo. If it works, it works. You know, I think I told this story like once before. So, my family used to be in the business of running like general shop stuff. And every year we would go down to California to buy products. And my aunt went with us one time, and like majority of the people who we bought products from were Koreans or Korean immigrants who are living in the city. And my aunt was trying to say 안녕하세요, right? So like hello. But her version of it, I don't know what she heard, but like for some reason she said Duracell say yo. And that just reminded me because of Kane's onion say. And I was just like, Duracell? Really? That's not even the same first sound. I was like, yo, you know what? The freaking Koreans were at least fucking amused. If they weren't, you'd be fucking racist as hell. But I've not been working with Hunger that I lost touch. Hunger, okay. Hunger is, it makes a lot more sense and it's hard to forget if you learn why and how the letters were made the way that they are, because they are actually linguistically genius. What King Sejong did in creating Hunger. It is based off of like mouth shape of phonetic pronunciations, and then the vowels are based off of visuals for the most part. But it's like old style letters. But it makes a lot of sense sometimes when it makes a lot of sense sometimes. You can still read hiragana and katakana. I have to practice my kana again. I'm so used to Romaji and I dislike it. One wants to practice with you. At least Onion is close. Yeah, Onion is close. Oh god. Hey, at least your aunt was making an effort to make make it a story. It's all about the tongue and also the tone. Yeah, the bright tone and the low tone. My name translates directly into Korean. I just hate how the word sounds. Yeah, because they lose a letter. They lose a letter in terms of pronunciation. Or they change that letter pronunciation into something else entirely. I'm gonna sleep. I'm destroyed after getting home at 4 a.m. and waking up at 7 a.m. to sort out the car and care event today. Okay, good night, Even. Thank you for hanging out. Translates two ways in Japanese too. I mean the object itself. Mine translates. But if it's of an object name I get to choose. Must be counted. But has no meaning. Train. Train, it's a crew. Crew?
Kane isn't his real name though. It's okay. Kane will forever be Kane. You know what's like so weird? It's like, okay, so like when I think about it, so it's cocaine. Okay, that was a bad joke. Translating Kane into Japanese. Yeah. I think about it like, so the recent conversation was about FanFest Anaheim, right? And a lot of mutual friends are going to Anaheim, right? Either for FanFest specifically, or they're going to be in California. No, you can do Kane. Kane can directly translate into Korean. Into Hangul, it would be King. The hard k. This one. Not Kyuk. Not that one. Yeah, they have the word delta here, but that's a loan word from English. But I was thinking about it and I was like, yo, it's gonna be so weird because like if I go, because I've known all these people as like their online personality or their username, right? Like if I meet Nunu in person, I don't know Nunu's real name, and I don't know if Nunu's real name is Nunu. Like I actually like don't ask people. It's like voluntary information that you find out eventually somehow, but it's not something that I personally go around asking even good friends, right? And I was thinking about it. I was like, yo, if I went and I met all these people, I think I would still refer to them in person as their username. Like I know certain people's real names, right? But I never call them that. I never call them that because out of habit, I'm afraid that I'll dox them. I'm still called Delta in public sometimes. Delta calls me Kane. If my joke didn't flow through for those who didn't learn Korean, they would be emphasizing the I. I know Wolf's real name. How do you know Wolf's real name? Cav was doxing me on the regular. Oh yeah, Cav was doxing you on the regular. My IRL name is ignored. They call me Kane. And I responded to that. Doesn't Cav do that most of the time? He did that to Owie as well. That's a very well, like, see, that's the hard part, right? Well, Wolf and Cav at least went to college together, so they've known each other in person before online personality, right? So that kind of makes sense. That one makes sense. There's other reasons why people prefer to be called by their names. Cav doxes themselves. Yeah. I don't think have they actually said it? I have Cav's phone number, address, and full legal name. They have mine too. Oh yeah, speaking of, you just reminded me. Hang on. You just reminded me. Wolf.
Oh my god, I totally forgot about this. Well, did you actually get me a postcard from that convention that you went to? Huh. Oh, I do. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna need you to hold off on it. I mean, you can't even send it to me because I didn't give you my address yet, but I'm gonna need you to hold off on sending that until I move. I will get doxxed by my mom if I ever stream. They have mine too. I keep myself hidden. You did send them a package, right? Yeah. Oh, they do. Yeah. Oh no, we're entering the doxing room. Oh yeah, I've seen that postcard. Can confirm it exists. What do you mean you've seen the postcard? I doxed myself the other day. Yeah. For sure. Understandable, boss. Okay, okay. I totally forgot about that. I've seen the postcard. Okay. How'd you do that? The postcard story. It's such a mystery. It's not my intention. I don't know what else you want to explain. Long game. But yeah, okay, so we finally finished the whole move story and my life plans upcoming. Stream plans. There's so many things that I have for stream plans, but one, I really want to finish Sandrock before Evershine comes out in spring quarter. So we're pushing that. And I checked and I think we're like we may be a little bit over halfway done. I think we're like 60%, maybe like 55% of the way done with story of Sandrock. I don't know for sure. There's so many quests and they're not broken into like sections of any sort, so I have no way of actually telling except how far I can scroll on the week. It's about 60%. But I want to get Sandrock done before then in case I want to play Evershine when it comes out. But there's also other things that I have planned for the new year and or have long-term plans to put into action, right? So among those things is the Final Fantasy 14 or not Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy quote unquote book club is what Delta calls it. Like it's book club, game club, podcast, whatever. Where a handful or two of people who want to regularly be part of podcast hours will get together and play through all the Final Fantasy games from number 1 to 16 is the most current one, question mark. Minus 11 and 14. 16 is, yeah, okay. Including spin-offs? Questionable. I think we originally said no, but there's a lot of spin-offs. I think maybe some that are more interesting. Like 13 has 2. Yeah. See, so like 13 is one of the ones that, okay, so here's the thing. Okay. The Black Friday sale actually clocked Final Fantasy games at their lowest price again, right? Which was like 30 for the bigger names. I think 30% off for the bigger names, and then 50 or 6. I can't even remember anymore. Either way, I sat there and I was like, yeah, I have the funds to buy all of them. So I bought all of them. I bought all of them, even though I know like some people have signed up to do like certain ones, but I was just like, yeah, I'll just have them. Sandra, my god. What? They were on sale. I was like, it's now or never. Do I think that the price is gonna go back down to this low for Christmas? I don't know. And I was like, I may as well just bite the bullet and just buy it now. Because it is something... That's a lot of spending though. No, don't worry. My finances are very stable. I have a fund to spend. I have savings for stream content. And I don't dip outside of that. So it is within my stream content budget. Black Friday sale was really good. Yeah, for games. For games, it really was. Now they won't be that cheap again. Yeah, exactly. I was like, so I did research into a whole lot of games. If it was the lowest price it's ever been, I bought it. Not everything on like my wish list or anything, just ones that like immediately sounded like really there was some that were on my wish list, and then the Final Fantasy stuff, because that's like something that I actually want to do, and buying it would force me to... How did you research it? Just literally Steam database. Steam has their database stuff open. I'm emulating the original NES Famicom version, but with an epilepsy mod. Okay. I'm supposed to... Girl. What? I'm supposed to just install Augmented Steam. I'm supposed to be farming Zodiac Atma. Time to resume it now that we finished yapping about teaching. Oh boy. It's fine. It took like a second to look at all the Final Fantasy games. LZ current lows and historical lows on all game marketplaces. It's a browser extension. Okay. Will do eventually. There's so many things that I have like on my to-do list. So some of the games that I had planned that I wanted to either buy or play were definitely on sale for Black Friday, and so I bought a bunch of them. Don't even, like, it's so bad. I haven't even played any other game besides Sandrock and Final Fantasy 14 in a while, but once I get done with Sandrock, it'll free up time for more variety, I think. And once I start up Final Fantasy MSQ again, I think there will be definitely less hours in terms of Final Fantasy for other content again. So there's that. I don't really have a timeline yet of when I want to restart MSQ, but like Lex can only get certain extremes because of base, right? So it's gonna be like quite a long journey for extremes, I think. And I think I will sooner start MSQ than finish all the EXs, even though I wanted to get all the EXs done, but I don't think that's like reasonable amount of time considering Lex has to unlock some that are from post, right? So, it's fine. I think like I think it's fine because I've already done the story for the normals and it should be fine. It's just extra content that I just want to do. We get done with Baja pretty quickly too. Probably. I mean, at the rate we're going, yeah. But the thing is that like that time slot that Baja's in was originally EXs, right? But I'm no longer doing EXs during that time because
it was hard enough pulling enough people to do it at that time to do EXs. And no, it wasn't. Yes, it was. It really was. I think it was. We had to PF several times. And like there I was like, if Books is joining for EX, like I don't ever make Books sit through PF. Books hates PF. So there are like things that I take into consideration when I do parties, right? It has to be our party or like one fill in PF. If there's any more than that, I don't risk it. But in order, after you dropped Eureka, you did Unreals in the Eureka slot. Yes. But see, okay, there's a difference, right? I was like, I can fill it with people. It's a matter of whether those people want to do that content. I don't ever force people to join. Like, I don't specifically ask people, hey, are you gonna, like, can you come and do extremes with me? Why black screen? We're just doing just chatting today. So I decided, it's not actually a full black screen, right? You guys see my model. This is spooky time. Yeah, no, we're just having just chatting hours, and I don't have a just chatting screen, so this is what it is. I was on just like, I just had Chrome open in the background from when I have freedom. Yeah, you have freedom. No, I see model. Okay. Yeah, I was like, so it's a matter of whether people want to do extremes, but my caveat for extremes is that I want to do the mine, synced mine, and I would prefer to do them blind. And so I was like, that's something that our community is used to. But whether people want to do that content at that hour is, the interest has gone down, I think, in terms of that. So the workaround, I joined my job just didn't kidnap me. Yeah, I know. So the workaround for that is, I was like, I know Lex is someone who is interested in doing the EXs, right? And he's also okay with doing it mine. So we had initial conversation about potentially combining and doing collaboration with the EXs. There's going to be caveats to that because Lex usually runs raids differently from how I do it. So we'll have some base rules for the people who are joining us, I think. And ideally, it would be nice if we could pull like 4, like streamer plus 3 people on both sides, right? And create a sort of faux static of sorts. And it can swap out every extreme. But we would be probably pulling longer hours than my regular, like 1 or 2 hours of EXs normally. Like, we would try very, very hard to prog as much as possible in a session. Like, prog to clear. Not prog to prog. I'm always down for extreme, but I don't know about healing them. You don't have to heal them. You don't have to heal them. If you want to just come and do EXs, you're more than welcome to just come and do EXs on whatever role. Although Lex is tanking, I think Lex is a tanked main. And so likelihood that we will throw Lex to be main tank
I think, okay, you know what would be actually helpful though? And like, I think there's someone in Lex's community that usually off tanks with them. So I don't know if you're comfortable playing DPS or healing. Full chaos mode. Wolf healing, leave that to flow. He comes with extra entertainment, DPS. It's a full package. Oh boy. So, yeah. So that's like something that we have planned, but we'll have to see how the schedule works out for when Lex actually finishes base Shadowbringers, because it may coincide with his break from stream, and then that means that we would have to push extremes back until the new year. Which isn't ideal, but I can work around it. I'd love to join stuff, but my closest time slot is work weeks 10 a.m. EU times, which is after most things you schedule. Well, like, what time is it for you right now, Bomb? I don't have EU in my oh wait, hang on. I have it on my phone. I have it on my phone, but I do not have it on my desktop as a save time. EU is 8 hours behind, I think. 15 is 3 p.m. Work weeks 10 a.m. What the fuck? 10 a.m. That's what? 6 p.m. No, so yeah, it would be like this time slot, Bomb. So me streaming and doing collaboration with Lex means that it is during my evening hour streams. So these hours. Four a.m. No. Oh no, 10 a.m. Yeah, 10 a.m. is 6 p.m. for us. Sorry, 6 p.m. for me. Yeah, and I usually start stream at like what? I start stream at 11:30 EU time. Yeah, it'd be like that time and after, and not too late because I go to bed at midnight, right? Which is why I'm not a math but a chemistry teacher. But yeah, well, I'll definitely put out I'll probably put it into raid support when we have the details like finalized a little bit as to who wants to join on my end. But I'll be taking 3 people with me, and ideally Lex is taking 3 people as well. So then we have the half-half collaboration. If for whatever reason any one side has less people, then we'll figure that out or fill as needed. I don't think it'll happen though. Be short with only 3 people needing to volunteer themselves for content. But who knows? It's a new time slot for me to do things because I just don't think my evening crew is really like, I think like evening crew is usually ready to just chill because
is late for a lot of people. Like, majority of my audience is still like EU or NA for the most part. So hours are weird. So let's see, there's that. Final Fantasy. How goes the recap? Oh, we finished the recap and we're just doing a bunch of chatting. But hello, Benji. Welcome in. How are you today? I yapped so hard that I was just like, yeah, we're not playing the game that I had planned today. We'll just yap. It's been a while since I've just yapped. And then we're talking about like upcoming things that we have planned in real life as well as for stream. Yappers gotta yap. Yep. So there's that. And then also in I think when was it? Let me double check something. Why did it do that? Okay, so spring quarter. What? Oh, okay. Spring quarter. March 5th is the release of Coffee Talk Tokyo. And Coffee Talk Tokyo is also another thing that I did in collaboration with Lex, as well as Delta at the time. And Coffee Talk Tokyo, I think is something that I really do want to play. So we have an issue that Coffee Talk Tokyo and potentially my time at Evershine is going to be spring quarter releases, and so I need to free up schedule around then. Depending on when I finish Sandrock, we may or may not fill it with a short-ish game, hopefully, question mark. Or short games, plural. So there's like a lot that I have planned for the new year, but after my second move, after I finish my contract. So yeah, after I finish my contract here, I have to move again to wherever my new job is, or if I'm potentially going home for a little bit and taking resties. We'll have to see. Yeah, that'll be interesting. I do wish we're gonna go back to the topic of FanFest Anaheim though. I do wish that I had the time to go. Not because I want to go to FanFest in particular, but I want to just meet the people that I've met within the past like year or met throughout my Final Fantasy journey that are going to FanFest. No vacation. Our institute doesn't get a vacation. I mean, my technical vacation, quote unquote vacation, is like end of January. I mean, not even end of January. Yeah, well, sorry, mid-January to February when we quote unquote do not have any programs to run. In terms of like a real vacation, no, I don't think I can afford a real vacation because I'm moving twice. That's a lot. Like, I'm not unpacking everything for like 2 months at the place that I'm moving to, but it's taxing. is just like busy in a kind of like mentally straining things because a lot of like changes are happening in real life. New change of workplace, new living space, and then another change of workspace and living space within like a 2-month period. That is so short. There's like no time to recuperate. I was originally planning on going home for an actual vacation during winter, but then I was like, I have to move twice. Like originally I thought I had to pay for this first move on top of the second move, right? But today I decided to ask, I was like, hey, if the institute is like moving all of the stuff and like half of the apartment stuff that we own now are like required furniture, quote unquote required furniture that the institute is supposed to provide for every instructor, right? For every teacher. So it's basic things like a bed, a TV, a microwave, and a desk, right? So there's like certain furniture that's supposed to go with me because they're institute owned, unless the institute is okay with me leaving them behind and throwing them out. Because I have plans. Washing machine, yeah, well, like washing machine comes with like every apartment these days. Unless you buy like a full like family apartment. It comes in like every studio apartment. Wow, that's nice. Yeah, they're usually built into like the kitchen area, which is so weird, but I get it. Like that's one of the only places that has like a water spigot or access to water. Or they put it in your bathroom, which is really not a good place to put it. But yeah, I was like, with 2 moves going on, like going home for vacation doesn't seem feasible. Not only that, but going home is costly. I wish that I could take a break during like a break when FanFest was happening, like in spring. But like in other news, like there's reasons why, like there's so much, like when I say there's so much going on, there's literally so much going on. My cousin told me that she's getting married in September, and I would love to be able to make it back home for her wedding, but September is literally the worst time for me to go on a vacation because it is right, like there's no break then. Had it been just a little bit later in like August, we would have had like maybe summer break, quote unquote summer. Oh wait, no, sorry, had it been a little bit earlier. I'm thinking August. Had it been a little bit earlier, it would have coincided with summer break and I might have been able to go. So now, like with my new workplace, I have to negotiate a leave in the middle of a school year where I'm supposed to be teaching classes for at least a week, because there is no reasonable way I am gonna go home for a few days and come back. Like it'll take me at least 3 days even if I went just for the wedding. Right, flying there and then flying back takes like a whole fucking day. So I was like, I have to go for at least a week, ideally for 2 weeks, right? That is, depending on the school, depends on how many classes I would be missing, right? And so I have to negotiate in a leave, which means that I'm probably gonna have to negotiate like a longer like summer camp or something, or a winter camp, which I'm fine with. But that also means that like my Korean English teacher that I am working with is going to have to cover my classes in the time being. So it's like that's something that I need to negotiate with my new job before I even start. And that's like, I don't think it's a good look, but I literally haven't been home in like 4 years. Family matters. Like, family matters to a certain extent to me. I'm like very much independent. Like, I don't talk to my family all that much, right? But my cousin is someone that I'm actually close with. We don't, we're a family that's like very much out of sight, out of mind, no news, good news, right? Type of thing. So, like, I don't talk to her all too much, but like when we were growing up, we were really close. Because I was the child that was like born first in the US in my whole entire family, and then she was next. So she's closer to me in age than my brother. My brother's a year younger than her. And so like she felt more like a sibling to me than my own brother did half the time. My brother and I had like an agreement to not bother each other growing up. Hello Reagan, welcome in. I hate it when I need to negotiate schedule matters because of inedible circumstances. Yeah, especially at a new job. And it's just like, what can you do? We have an agreement. Yeah. Our agreement was you leave me alone, I leave you alone, we have no problems. If it works, yeah, it works. But yeah. I'm getting sleepy. Had a long day. Did I even talk about... I didn't even talk about the interviews that we did today, huh? Fellas, so oh my gosh, I'm tired, but I can yap for a little bit longer. I'm just tired because I did a lot. Like I did like the most. Like I literally worked for 8 hours straight today. Off to bed if you're tired. Nah, it's fine. I still have to find someone to raid out to anyways. So while I find someone to raid out to, then we are going to talk about the interviews today. So today we were interviewing for the people who are going to be replacing my technical role. So for those of you who are new here or not familiar, I work at an education institute that runs training programs for in-service teachers, as well as student programs where we go and visit schools that do not have native English speaking teachers to run programs for specified time frames. And my job as the coordinator is basically as a team leader who helps to plan and manage the programs that we run, as well as handling all sorts of team schedules and tasks that they do, right? So making sure that they turn in all of their materials on time and basically just managing the team. I do, in my contract, have a clause where I am required to teach if it's an emergency, but again, my institute has been pushing the definition of what constitutes as an emergency. Not an emergency, basically. Which
is part of the reason why I'm leaving the job. But also the fact that like my job technically is the work. I was like, having me teach and manage the team is 2 separate people's worth of work. Okay. So plus the amount of like programs that they're trying to increase for next year. So that just means that there's going to be more rounds of programs and just more time at work. Okay, so it does, in fact, I think, require 2 people to do the job next year if they're not going to have a specified coordinator. I don't know exactly. Like their focus is more on program design, like more along the lines of what one of our supervisors does, right? But they're also in charge of managing the team. But because there's 2 people, their workload is like half and half, sort of. I think they have more in terms of program design than I do, but I think they're like less work in terms of team management because of the way that they want to split up the teams for next year. Just prove how overworked you actually are, or how quote unquote competent I am at my job. I think I'm always too competent in a sense at my job, right? I'm able to do the work of quote unquote 2 people. If I had a mind to, or if I really had to. Right? So today's interviews were for the Korean English teachers who Korean English teachers who will be handling the coordinator role, not being called a coordinator, but that's basically what it is, right? So it's really weird because like my technical ranking would be like under them. They would be the level of like below a supervisor but above me at our current institute. We have 1 person like that here now, but she doesn't speak English, and that's the problem, or like doesn't speak much English. And that's the problem with our institute right now, is why the hell do we keep on getting people assigned to our institute that don't freaking speak English or have no idea about like the goals of education in terms of, or like aren't up to date with what the Ministry of Education is trying to push in terms of goals and expectations for future education, right? And that's what our whole entire effing institute is about. There's a lack of critical thinking and understanding on the Korean counterpart of what these programs entail and what they should be geared towards, right? So this year they thought, dang, we should hire Korean English teachers the way that we hire our instructors, by conducting interviews and such and finding competent people who have an idea and experience in the departments that we are looking to expand on in order to work here. And I was like, oh, fucking genius. You know, we should have done this fucking years ago. Like, suggested. Like, why the hell do people just randomly get assigned here and they don't speak a lick of English? Like, to deal with our institute is literally global education. like an assistant coordinator. They're like, no. There's no like one coordinator. They are co-coordinators is what it's gonna be. And so finally, I know, right? Freaking bureaucracy. And so like I'm technically hired, or like I was part of the hiring team for someone who's like above my position, who is taking over half of my tasks, quote unquote. Half. I was like, my task can literally not be like written out because there's so many like niche things that I do. I micromanage one of the members because they literally cannot do work unless I like give them a list of like, hey, your to-do list is 1, 2, 3. I need you to do this. Like, but it's like they're going kaput because of how much work we have.
Like they cannot, like it's not helping them. If they get too much freedom, this person in particular, if this person gets too much freedom to think on their own, they will spiral downwards. And if I have someone spiraling downwards in my team, it's all bad. Other people start to spiral. Somehow every time these changes get out, it's always late. Yeah. Like, trust me, it's beneficial for both of us because, like, I get him to get shit done and he doesn't have a full-blown panic attack because he knows what he needs to get done in very clear communication. So it's like, I understand each member of my team in that sense. It's those procrastination. It's not procrastination though. It's literally like they're not getting the support that they need in order to function properly or be competent at their jobs, which they're all competent people. It's literally the amount of work that they're assigning us. So it's a he. Yeah. There's a she too that's borderline the same thing. Like, I guess I get what I hate using the term stupid questions, but it's actually stupid questions now. Like, hello, we have like a Google Drive of all of our program files. Why is it that some people are asking me where a file is? I'm like in the program folder where it should be. Is it not there? Have you not thought to check there? Like, this is the downward spiral. Work anxiety. It is work anxiety. Yeah, they're so stressed out. They have anxiety attacks and panic attacks at work. So I have to micromanage so that they don't get a panic attack. But this is also not something that is like outwardly spoken about in Korea, is the mental health issues that people have, right? So there are members on my team that are on the spectrum of autism and they have ADHD or whatever, right? ADD, whatever you want to call it, or whatever it's being called these days. I understand each member's on my team specifically. I understand all of their individual characteristics and how they function whenever they are having an episode of whatever. But are they gonna tell a Korean supervisor what their issues are to help them understand in order to function properly next year? No, because there's still a very strong stigma towards mental health in Korea, or having something that is considered like a mental disability. It's so hard to describe the problem. Like, I can relate, but it's really hard to put a word to it. Yeah. It's just like, it's work paralysis in a sort of sense. Like, it's like, in order to stop things from literally stopping and not functioning anymore, there's certain things that I have to do in order to manage certain individuals on my team. Right? And that's something that I understand and that they've trusted me in knowing in order to help them, to help everyone else out. Like, the instructor told me, hey, like, you know, I'm spiraling out of control. My anxiety is crazy. Like, he's talked to me about it several times and he's like, I want to thank you, like, in like creating those lists of things that I need to do, because it really sets like my priorities straight and what I need to like worry about. And something that like he specifically said that's helped him is that I am always consistent in how I handle problems in communication, especially with him, right? And I'm like, yeah, I was like, these are things that I think make up a leader, and like finding someone to replace me that I think is competent enough to do so is going to be hard, right? Especially if they're not someone who is like a foreigner who will understand problems like mental health and disabilities and being accommodating of those a little bit better, when like Koreans have still a very high stigma towards it, right? I was like, there's a lot of like niche things that like the Institute doesn't really think about
even though they're teaching things like global citizenship education or trying to understand like international or like diversity and whatnot. And I'm like, there's so many things that I'm like, yo, half of the supervisors and the freaking uppers here should be taking our training programs because they don't understand. They just don't understand. And I was like, and like today, so there was 6 people that we were interviewing today, and we have to hire 1 person from the elementary sector and 1 person from secondary sector. Here in Korea, those are 2 different certifications in terms of teachers, and their civil servant rank is different based off of their certifications, right? So the quota that we have to meet in terms of hiring is X amount of like people at our institute need to be elementary workers and X amount of people need to be secondary workers. And then we have like extra staff, like external, not external. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't even know what word I'm looking for right now. Sorry, auxiliary staff. There we go. People who are just like general tasks or admin and things like that, right? Not directly related to the education teaching portions. But so we had to hire, support staff. We had to hire 1 from elementary and 1 from secondary, right? And we luckily had 3 of each apply. And like the interview was split up into 3 different sections. They had a Korean interview section on their basically their experience, right? And what they've done in classes and whatnot. So literally just reading out their resume out loud, I guess, and explaining a little bit more in depth about that and all of like the special things that they've done in terms of either global citizenship education, international exchange, online learning, or whatever the like main focuses of our institution are. And that's one part of it. So and then they had a second part where they were given where they were asked to make a lesson a lesson plan for a program plan for certain prompts. I didn't get to see the prompts, so I don't know what they were, but it's based off of one of those themes again. So like, what would you do for a global citizenship education program, and like what do you think would be good to implement at XYZ levels of school, so elementary, middle school, and high school, or like a teacher training program, for example. And they had to basically plan objectives and goals for these programs, as well as like what their vision of like certain things that could be taught at these things were. And that was the second part that I didn't get to see as well. And then they had an English interview where they come in and we were literally supposed to test their English aptitude and communication skills, as well as problem solving and what else? Just like, yeah. Oh, sorry, problem solving and communication is one category, and then English quote unquote fluency, right? And if I had a choice, I would have picked 2 secondary teachers over an elementary teacher, because the elementary ones unfortunately were a little lacking, and we had like 2. I was like, it was so unfortunate. There's one, so all 3, in my opinion, all 3 secondary teachers that interviewed would have been fine to work at the institute and to work with a team. But personality wise, there was one that blew the interview out of the park in all 3 sections. Like, at the end of the interview, like, we knew from ours, like, she was the best candidate for the English section, right? Personality wise, her experience with the programs, and just like her English level, everything was so perfect for our section. And then we met up with the other 2 teams that were doing the other parts of the interview, and they said the same exact thing. So she knocked it out of the water. There was no competition. Like, I felt bad because there was another applicant that I know. I know her because she attends all of our training programs. She's like a VIP or a regular in attending all of our programs. If we need like volunteers for programs or something, she's always there to volunteer to try and help out and learn more. So like but the one that knocked it out of the park was the last candidate that we interviewed, and this other person that I knew was the second to last. I honestly was so happy when I saw her walk in the door. I didn't know she was applying. She walked in the door and I recognized her and I was like, oh, okay, she's here. I was like, yo, okay, if she's here, then like, you know, this is good. Like, I already have worked with her during several programs when she's come to help, and so I already know. And she's such a huge fan of our institute and what like we do here that I was like, she would be perfect for this place. Had I not seen the last candidate, right? Had I not seen the last candidate, I would have chosen her. And so I felt so bad because like, these 2 are so qualified, so overly qualified. If I had a choice, that would be the dream team, is those 2 teachers together. The one that blew it out of the park and the one that's been here for every single training program for the past year that we've had that she can apply for. And she's been volunteering. Well, like, quote unquote volunteering. She gets paid. It's not like a full volunteer. She gets paid, but like, she does extra work than she's required to when she's there. Right. And like, I'm so happy with the secondary teacher that we chose. I just really wish that for the sake of the institute, I was like, yes, we have elementary programs and it's like, it's important to have elementary teachers there to that understand elementary learners a little bit better, but secondary teachers that work in middle school, I think, understand elementary students perfectly fine because it's the same. It's like, there's no major difference. They start all over again with their English journey in middle school, in my opinion. It's like they forget what happens in 3rd to 6th grade and then they gotta start all friggin' over again in middle school year 1. Hi, Galil, welcome in. Is there a difference in pedagogy? A little, just very little. As like curriculum wise, yes, there's technically like a change, right? But like pedagogy wise, I would say not as big of a discrepancy. It's been a while. Have you been? Yeah, it has been a while, definitely. I'm doing good. How are you doing, Clue? But yeah, and so it's unfortunate that we had to pick a elementary teacher as well. Like, unfortunately, I think like I would definitely have ranked all of the 3 elementary teachers to lower scores than all 3 secondary teachers. That's the thing, right? But we had to pick one from each. And so it was just like, we were so on the fence about 2 candidates for the elementary. Like, one of them, both of their English levels were like the same. Okay, they were the same. And the first one, her issue was that like, I don't know if she was nervous because she was first, or if she was just nervous, or if this is the way that she talks, or if it is following Korean culture and Korean thought pattern. Okay, girl talked in kind of circles, but they were told to like read one question ahead of time so that they could prepare an answer because it was a more difficult question, right? And I think she didn't know that the folder in front of her had the prompt in there, because I think she was trying to remember what the prompt was and then talk about it, and then veered off but brought it back and did complete her thoughts, right? But it was a journey. It was a journey, right? But once we got past that first question that they were prompted to answer, and we were able to ask our freestyle questions and like dig a little bit deeper into like their like experiences at schools, like what type of projects they've been doing with their kids in terms of things that align with our institute's goals, she was good. Okay, she was good. Like, I liked the type of passion that she had. She looked really young, but she said she's been teaching for 10 years, which means like if she started teaching right out of university, she's older than me. And she looked younger than me. And that is not a lot of people in Korea that I think like are older than me that look younger than me. She looked like she was straight out of university still. This girl. But yeah, I was like, so minus her talking in circles. Okay, but that's a very Korean thing. All of her documents are made so that they talk in circles. So I understand. Like, I understand culturally, and I've dealt with this so much that I could process everything, right? But I was like, from an English standpoint, I'm so confused. Like, I would be so confused if I was one of the instructors and heard her talking like that. But I was like, I think if she had better preparation, like if she was able to properly prepare ahead of time and execute a meeting or some sort, that she would not be like that. Hopefully. I think it was nerves and thinking that she had to remember the question that made her loop like that versus her losing focus and looping. But like her passion when she was talking about like the programs that she did with her students was high. And then the second candidate on paper was like super qualified and everything. The problem that we had with the second candidate was like, while her English level was good and personality wise seemed like she could be a leader for the instructors to a sense, her answers were so short. Like, they're literally textbook answers is what I call them, right? It's like you ask a question and she answers and there's no follow-up detail. And if you ask for follow-up detail, she provides like one sentence or two sentences and that's it. And there's no like, it seemed soulless and passionless. And so that's why we picked that's why I picked the other girl who looped, because at least she seemed passionate about what she was doing. And I was like, I thought about it from a team perspective, right? I was like, we had the secondary candidate, they're going to be working together, right, as a team anyways. So these two teachers will have to work together on programs or talk about the programs a lot because they're going to overlap. The only difference is the level of students, right? Elementary versus secondary students. But like overall theme and scheme of all the programs are the same. So I was like, these two people are gonna have to work together, right? Who would fit better together in order to create the best team that we could make out of like this combination that we have to make. And I could only see the first candidate for elementary fitting it, because I think like with the guidance of the secondary teacher, she could become a really good program coordinator. She could learn a lot from that other teacher and learn to adapt. The other one, I did not get enough information out of her to decide if she was even remotely actually interested in her job. Like, and then the third one for elementary, poor her. She's an older lady. I mean, not even like older. She's probably like in her 40s, right? But she was so nervous, but she was the type of nervous that couldn't speak when she's nervous. And I was like, I don't know if it's just the interview that is making her this nervous, but like the fact, like she also like warmed up once she got past the first question. It was a hard question, you guys. It was hard, but it was purposefully extra hard. Right? Once she got past the first question, she was a little bit better, but I couldn't tell if her nervousness came out of interview or if it came out of needing to use English, right? And if I can't decipher that in the interview, I'm sorry, but you're already not gonna make the cut, right? You cannot. We have so many supervisors here that have English ability that are already nervous to use English, and then they revert to Korean and have me translate. I cannot have that for next year. I need someone who is willing to be there and speak English to the instructors, because some of them do not speak Korean. And next year's, I don't know yet. I haven't interviewed the new instructors for next year. But that's tomorrow, by the way. So I'm doing 2 days of interviews. Tomorrow we're interviewing 3 new instructors, or 3 new potential instructors, and these are the native English teachers. And so that'll be interesting. But I always feel like it's always a hodgepodge. It's so much better when we're able to do the interviews in person. Anytime that we do anything on Zoom, there's so many factors that could go against you doing it online. I'm sorry, there's just so many. Like, if your mic quality is even off, or like if you have an accent, it gets harder to understand over Zoom. And it doesn't come across as clearly as in person, right? So if you can't make an in-person interview, it sucks. You're already at like a little bit of a disadvantage. Your personality better freaking shine through the camera. My mic is my nerve. Let me recall my interview for my current position. I did end up looping a little bit to try to explain the context, but it's also because I blanked out when my interviewers asked their questions. Yeah. It happens, right? And I understand that. So it's like you try to understand what that person is like. I was like, but that is also part of the skill, right? To sit in a room of people who are staring at you. It's a panel of 5 people in each room staring at you, answering this question and writing their notes on what you say. So like half the time you're not even really making eye contact with them. You're literally just talking out into space. And you still have to have like that personality, and you have to not be flustered by people writing their thoughts to remember 1 out of 6 candidates, right? And like if you leave a lasting impression after all of that, it's easy pickings, you know. Pray that they do well and may the best be present in the three. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? I was like, I feel bad for the teacher that I knew because I was like, oh, she'd be perfect. Like, she's my number 2 pick, but I can't pick her. Is the thing. And that works against the institute in so many ways. So like, you have your dream team here. If there's any way, I suggest you take these two to make the institute as best as it can possibly be. But no, we can't. We have certain like governmental requirements for this institute, and so we have to pick someone like that. And so what one of my supervisors said was, it's okay, Sandra, she's just like too good with students that we're sending her back to school so that she can continue doing her good work with the students for another year, and hopefully next year when if another spot opens up, she can come here. I hope that she doesn't. Your colleague is so real. I know. I was like, there was one that was clearly made to work here. And then there's someone who is still in the middle of like learning and like going through the process, but has very much more student focus right now and is doing absolutely great work with students still. And I was like, oh, it's so unfortunate. I was like, and it was such a funny way of putting it. But I was like, very true. You know, like we do need teachers at the forefront of like education in order to try to change education as it is, right? Like we can't have them all working at the institute. It doesn't help the future, the future kids. And so like, I was like, oh, that's so unfortunate. I would have picked her. I feel like eventually, if I see her again, oh my god, I hope that. See, okay, so this is the thing. I hope that she doesn't stop. Like, I hope she doesn't get discouraged by not getting the job and stop attending like training programs or stop like putting herself at GIG or sorry, docked my own. That's my own workplace. Doesn't it's okay. That she doesn't that she doesn't stop and shows that she wants to be there, because I feel like that'll get her in Sanders' job's a gig. Yes, it's a gig. And yeah, and it's like, and I hope that she continues to do that, because if she continues to do that, it may be very easy for her to get through next year if there's no dark horse that shows up and like blows everyone out of the water again. That was so unexpected. I mean, that setting is just like a classroom as well. Yeah, same. She sounded like she has so much potential to grow. Yeah, she really does. And training would have been so easy. Resources have to be well portioned. Can't just put everything into one basket and pray for the best. Yeah. Right, shower. Yeah. So there's that way. Sarah doesn't play Uma Musume. I do not. So EP. My shower is a horse that's titled The Black Assassin, steals Triple Crown from 2 popular horses back in their era. I see. Worked as a lecturer and coordinator for emergency medicine seminars, and I remember thinking I'm really not paid enough for this level of stress. So I hope your next job is a little bit easier. I hope so too, Slash. Like, I want a job where I can make the most of my skills without being overworked for what I'm paid. Like, I know, like, I can put a price to my quote unquote worth or my abilities, right? Burnout is a thing, so I'm glad you're getting out. Yeah, burnout is real. Burnout has been happening for literally the past year. And I mean, like, we've talked about it a little bit outside. Like, you've heard some, like, you've seen some of my rants. That is like a daily occurrence. That's near daily occurrence of the novel that Bugs has on my life. And it's so bad because he's like, I have such a skewed perspective of like what working in Korea is like. And I was like, I'm sorry that you literally have only heard me complain about my institute this year. I was like, had I come back to streaming, or had we reconnected like a year or two earlier when I first entered this institute, I would have been giving rave reviews, right? So you can see the deterioration of how my work life has gone the past 3 years. Like, I loved work. There's a reason why I came here, right? I feel like manpower constraints often just put so much pressure on the lower management, especially when these staff have to step down up to cover holes in the manpower allocation. Yeah, thank fucking God, like some higher being in the institute fucking listened to me when I said that we do not have enough instructors for this. You should not be putting me to work. Like, you should not be putting me into doing programs when it's not a freaking emergency. Because guess what happens when I am gone and there's a real emergency? You guys are fucked. Like, I'm supposed to be the substitute teacher for anyone who gets sick, right? What happens when more than one instructor gets sick? Luckily, my team has too much respect for me that they literally, like, pregnant woman who's due to give birth in like January or February, mind you, literally had a episode of food sickness. She doesn't think it was part of her morning sickness, quote unquote. Like, sorry, I call it baby sickness because none of them are in the morning anymore. I was like, so she doesn't think it was baby sickness. She thinks she ate something at that school's lunch that just didn't sit well with her. And so she was throwing up at school, at the school that she was visiting. And she's like, this is so embarrassing, Sandra. I need you to know that this is what happened. Like, I was throwing up because I think something just didn't sit well with my stomach. And like the teachers here at this school know that I was throwing up, and I don't know if they're gonna mention it to the institute or not. But if they do mention it and if they ask you, I'm perfectly fine. Like, the food just didn't agree with me. And I was like, okay. And I'm like, yo, what if like pregnant woman over here actually like couldn't teach because she's literally throwing up all over the place for whatever reason? Who's gonna go cover her class? Like, that's supposed to be my job, right? To go and replace a teacher who's sick. And yet you've pulled me out of possibly doing an emergency situation to go teach a regular class that we did not have assigned into our program at the beginning of the year. It was like a new added thing. Can't keep adding things like this. I was like, there's literally no time. What are you gonna do when you have a full entire schedule with programs every fucking week and there's no time to plan for other programs? You're gonna have hell. There's not enough time in the world at this job. Like, I feel like I need to dedicate my life and then some to this place if I want to work here. Sorry, but my life does not revolve around work as much as many people think. I take pride in my work, but I also have fucking standards. Before I got my current job, I worked at a tuition center that has that same issue. You're sure. I was worked as an intern and I was abused as a relief teacher for so many teachers going on MC and leave. And to make teacher swapping possible, that I've been thrown into endless work days for almost 2 to 2.5 months afterwards. All I got was just a commendation, and I was like, do I get it any more, or do I get any bit more of better treatment? Yeah. I was like, yo, it's also like, it's stupid, like, bureaucracy things that also prevent us from, like, getting the monetary, like, compensation that we should be receiving for certain things, right? Like, if I'm gonna do an extra program like that, I should be paid extra for that program. And while my supervisors actually understand that, like, I've complained enough that they're like, we wish that we could pay you, but it's like it falls under like XYZ things, and we legally like cannot pay you extra because it's technically part of your like work duties, your regular work duties. But if that outside school or something directly hires me, and if that school pays me, I can receive extra pay. The money cannot come from our institute. I was like, so the only like compensation that I would get is if I am working like overtime, or if I have to go on a business trip, I get a stipend for a business trip, but the stipend is not like much, right? I was like, it's like a 50, like think about it like $50 for a business trip. It's supposed to cover like your travel expenses and everything, but that doesn't cover your cost of the hours that you're teaching. And what's more fucked up is that this could have been resolved if the owner of the establishment communicated clearly the role of my batch of interns. Yeah. Education. Education has its own whole host of freaking problems. I remember arriving in the rented spaces and having to carry heavy tables and chairs on my own and create the classroom for each seminar while doing registration and certification, teaching, and then cleaning up. And I got not even a referral at the end, so yeah, glad I'm out. Oh my god, slash, what the fuck? What the actual F? Boy, that is insane. We signed up for that internship as teaching interns, but we were primarily used as lab interns. That's incredibly stupid. So incredibly stupid. So while we interns, the lab tech had the impression that they're primarily to help with lab operations. Really? Yeah, I don't usually talk about this, but dude made millions off my back and I saw nothing of that. That's freaking insane. Literally. So yeah, built the company up when I was just two of us, not looking back anymore, and I'm looking forward to what you will do next. Really excited for you. Like, worst case scenario is that I just take a break and I'm quote unquote not doing anything, and I'm actually taking like a break, right? I'm not the type of person that likes to take a break like that. Like, this is an unpaid break, right? I was like, I will take desk warming stupid paid break over everything, right? Okay. I was just like, at least I'm still quote doing something. I'm technically working my office hours when no one else is at school. Jesus. But definitely preferable, yeah. Like, I'm the type of person that thinks like I have to constantly be doing something. I will go stir crazy without a job. I don't want to, like, this is exactly why I can't be a housewife either. Like, I like, as much as I like spending time at home, I cannot be home all the time. It would drive me absolutely insane. I also don't want kids, so that's like, something else entirely. But like, I was just like, yo, I could not sit around and do nothing with my life. I need to do something. I need to work and I need to make my own money and finances. Like, that's just like me and my morals and standards. So, like, me not working, if I was to take a break, I wouldn't want it to be more than 6 months. I am so actually afraid that I will get too comfortable taking a break and not want to go back to work. That is like my fear, the imminent fear of if I take a break. And that's how I got the backstab while helping to make things work for helping to make things work for them. That's so unfortunate, Ranga. When the owner tried to draft a formal contract to realize my support with the manpower rejected all 3 advances. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Where do we want to go today? I've been seeing so many people play Where Winds Meet. Honestly, that game looks so interesting on a level. Like, I don't think I would play it. It's definitely one of those things that I like would enjoy watching other people play. There's like a depth to this game that I just like didn't realize. I intend to go for a year break after graduation before I apply for my current position. But then the fear of not being in the field and losing relevance struck me. Yeah, that is also the sucky part, right? I love wuxia stuff. Yeah. I mean, like, wuxia, like, surprisingly, the whole genre of, like, wuxia doesn't really appeal to me, right? But there's, like, certain times that it will. Just, like, very, very odd circumstances. Thankfully, it's been so fun finally working at a school. It was not my childhood dream job, but I'm glad to call it my dream job now. Aww. I'm so glad to hear that, Ranga. When we're talking about all these things, there's just screaming in my background. It's crazy. It looks interesting. The mechanics are different from what we're used to for combat-based games. Yeah, I don't play a lot of combat-based games, or it's been a long while since I think I've ever played any combat-based games. Where Winds Meet looks interesting. Yeah, it really does. Yo, like, it was, I saw a clip of like how much depth the game has. So it's like, I don't think, is it classified as an MMO, or like is it just like there's interaction with like other players in the game? Because there was like one streamer was walking through town and someone, like another player was solo play with MMO bonus. Okay. Yeah, because you're in the same world as like other players still. And one other player was going to jail for doing something, and so they were being like carried in a cart and publicly shamed like they were, you know, in the past. And like people had the option and quest to like throw eggs and vegetables at this person who's going to jail, right? So it was like we were like, yo, what is the depth of this game? And like the actual history they put behind it. It was so funny. Like, she's like, yo, this is an NPC, right? And everyone's like, no, that's another player. And she's like, I've been throwing eggs and vegetables at another player. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, he's like, but my quest told me to. I think the whole concept is to live in a wuxia world. Yeah. Oh my god, so funny. I was dying and I was like, yo, this would be like something that I would invest a major time into watching. It's interesting, but it's like it's so not the type of game that I would play myself. It's crazy. But like sometimes I find like the most like weird, like interesting like things that I just get hooked onto and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna watch this for like forever. Oh, I think I know who I want to send you guys to. It's been a while since I've been able to raid the person that I'm gonna raid, and they're also doing just chatting. And then they are going to be doing Final Fantasy 16 for a bit. I think. I'm gonna send you guys over to Nemo. Nemo Pokes. Nemo is a is definitely not something I see Sandra would be playing for her real. It's interesting is like it's not like I don't play combat games, right? It's just like the context of how that combat appears. Or how like difficult it is. Anyways, Nemo is hello Buckeye and goodbye Buckeye. Thank you for stopping in, Buckeye. Also, Buckeye, you were part of sorry, I haven't posted it on Discord, but you were part of the top supporters for stream from my Twitch recap. So thank you for that. Actually, thank you for the yeah, no problem, guys. Always fun to hear from other educators, especially in other parts of the world. The same problems all over the place, I see. But too uncozy. I don't know. There's like a certain aspect of cozy to it though, right? Because I like sit there and watch it. Educators unite, right at the end. It's Zen, yeah. But anyways, I don't know exactly what topic Nemo is on in their just chatting, but streamer tags are English, VTuber, Malaysia, Singapore, anime, safe space, lurkers welcome, drops, casual, and yapper. Nemo is she is a cat? Or is it like wolfish? I can't tell because I actually have never figured this out. We've rated Nemo a couple of times. But yeah, Nemo enjoys like comfy games. She also plays Final Fantasy 14. I met her through Final Fantasy 14 one time. Wolfish, what a way to describe. Like the ears are not quite cat like. I mean, it's better than not having. True. But when you play the game, it's a little chaotic on there. My people. Yeah. But
will stop by and say hi to Nemo because it's been a while since I rated her. Or even seen her streaming really. But yeah. Next time that I'll be streaming is going to be in 2 days. And we'll be doing Final Fantasy 14 content. I think like I'll be doing whatever I was planning on doing on Monday because I canceled Monday's stream from just literal exhaustion from my business trip. So we'll catch up on, I think, like cleaning up Glam Dresser because update is coming up real soon. And then whatever else afterwards, whatever I decide to do. Have good resties, yeah. Eat good as well. Ooh, we had oh my god, I'm like so lethargic from all the good food that we had for dinner. The supervisor in charge of the like interview process took us all out to dinner at a really good like Italian restaurant. As a thank you for like the quote unquote hard work that we did in doing the interviews. Really not that hard. I was speaking English. Like easier than me speaking Korean, honestly. Sleep. Yeah, I do need to sleep though because I do have work tomorrow. Winter's a time when getting fat is a must do. No, I can't get any fatter. I need the blubber to survive the cold. I have enough blubber. Thank you very much. But yeah, we'll send you guys over to Nemo. Right, sorry. I was in the middle of schedule talk. So stream again in 2 days on Friday, Final Fantasy 14 content at 7:30 p.m. Korea Standard Time or GMT +9. And then Saturday we have Static into something. I don't know what we're doing yet. And after Static. And then Sunday is Baja stuff into Sandrock. I may or may not switch Sandrock over to Saturday and then do something else on Sunday after Eureka. I still have like I have 29 and 30 of Mask Carnival to finish too, and I need to do those for Triple Triad cards. I may or may not do that for a bit, as well as weeklies because I skip Monday stream. How's the search for another job going? I have handed in all my documents to the recruiter and am preparing for interviews. But we did talk a lot about it during we did talk a lot about it earlier. I don't even know at what point in the VOD it would be, but yapping time was kind of all over the place. It was definitely after all of our Twitch recap stuff though, so if you want to sit there and listen to the VOD, today was a lot of yapping about next year and stuff that are going on in my life, as well as stream plans for next year and all that. So it's a huge update. We actually ended up skipping playing My Time at Sandrock to yap a little bit. Not usually a just chatting streamer. Sounds like I got some VOD watching to do. Yeah, maybe if you were interested. And trauma bonding between a senior educator and a freshie educator. I don't even really say I'm like super a senior, but yeah. The trauma bonding. Anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over to Nemo. Raid message is Cozy Raid. If you would like to say something when you get over to Nemo's community, if you like to continue lurking, that is perfectly fine as well. I still would appreciate it if you would at least go through with the raid at the very least. And yeah. Let's see. If I see you guys during one of the next few streams, then I'll see you then. If not, maybe I'll see you sometime soon-ish. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for the yapping stream. No problem. Thank you for tuning in and for yapping along with me.
Thanks for streaming. Thank you, Buckeye, for stopping in. I hope my goal of 0 subbies gifting will come true. Right. I don't think like evening out on receiving gift subs cancels out you gifting subs. We are already -5 in the goal. But anyways, again. Yeah. Raid message is cozy raid, and I hope that you guys have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, no matter where you are in the world, and I will see you again next time. Okay, I'm gonna send you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bye bye.